that was patient, but now we take it. Anytime we want this game, my situation is entertainment intertwined with information. Alchemist soul, how we move the tassel and roll. It's amazing how we can turn something brass to gold. And we steady making hits. Architect with the prop in the scripts. It's logical that the product will flip. My boy Chef did the lineup. I'm fresh in the bitch. Carnivorous podcast, the newest show on the list. DQ on the boat, so I'm rocking the ship. Squad the music gon' be dope and the artist legit. Hold my beard, concrete cord, then stepped in the door. See, that's my man and he reppin' for show. And true savior's a player with flavor. Lexicon Taylor, lines on point like a laser. We need that paper, we building the vault. Cause you niggas don't listen, y'all be waiting to talk. Lack accountability and try to make it our fault. But opposing us is trying to arm wrestle the hawk. You coming up short on your re-up, cause nigga we up. Really wouldn't want to be up. I kick my feet up, my beef is wagyu and my trunk is all speakers. Bills is all blue and my blunt is all reefer. With plausible deniability, that boy eater. High quality whack juice by the liter. They like to call us ops, we got Oppenheimer features. That's the bomb out on the island just to teach you.
Quanboy EP by DQ Hampton. From Waco to the world, Quanboy EP is the raw, unapologetic soundtrack of a country boy turned city king. DQ Hampton blends southern grit with East Coast wit, delivering a project that reflects his hustle, his risks, and his relentless ambition. This EP isn't just music, it's a statement. With hard-hitting beats, intricate wordplay, and a vibe that moves from smoked-out introspection to high-energy motivation. Quanboy EP takes you on a journey through DQ's life, where every bar is a lesson and every hook is a moment. From the deep bass lines that shake the block to smooth melodic storytelling, this project showcases why DQ Hampton is a force in the game. No gimmicks, just real music for real ones. Whether you're chasing paper, zoning out, or grinding in silence, Quanboy EP is here to set the tone. Welcome to the next chapter. Welcome to Quanboy.
Let's go, baby. DQ, baby.
Voice from the past.
Social love for Dr. James Small, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
one of our great leaders, great teachers. Check. Look. He's a voice from the past, teaching to the youth. Dr. James Small got the knowledge and the proof. From Harlem to Ghana, stay connecting the roots. Pan African pride, yeah, we standing on the truth. He's the voice from the past, teaching to the youth. Dr. James Small got the knowledge and the proof. From Harlem to Ghana, we stay connecting the roots. Pan African pride, yeah, we standing on the truth. Started with Malcolm, now we carry the flame. Speak on it now, we dismantle the shame. Spiritual guy with ancestral aim. On his tongue, we steady uplift his name. Hidden colors on the screen, exposing the lies. Teaching black people divine, we truly gon' shine. He the chief in the culture, priest in the rights. Godfather of Harlem, bringing dark into the light. Yeah, he say, know your name, know your worth. The first builders, we the stewards of this earth.
That's right.
Wisdom in his tone, every letter's flame. Dr. Small's chasing truth, not the fame.
Let's go.
He say, know your name, know your worth.
Know your worth.
The first builders, we the stewards of the earth.
That's right.
Wisdom in his tone, every letter's flame.
Every flame.
Dr. Small's chasing truth, not the fame.
Yeah.
All right, family. And I appreciate y'all stopping by, and I got my honored, distinguished guest, Professor James Smalls. Super excited to have him on. You know, super excited for him to give me an opportunity to ask him some questions. You know, the brother's not, you know, he wasn't backing down. He brought his warrior spirit, and that's you know exactly what I expected from James Smalls. I don't want to talk too much about his story because now I have him here to be able to explain his own story, but certainly somebody who I have a lot of respect for, especially in the context of activism, right? When we're talking about activism in our time, we are absolutely looking at somebody who's put the work in themselves, right? Who's been out there in the trenches and been fighting for Black people's causes politically here and abroad, right? For those of us out there who don't know who you are, Professor, could you give us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, sir. First, brother, I want to tell you, Brother Logic, I appreciate you and Brother Hit and Brother Unk. I don't think of myself as being anything extraordinary. I grew up in South Carolina, a place called Georgetown County on a plantation called Acadia, near a place called Pawleys Island between Charleston and Myrtle Beach, right on the Atlantic Ocean. So that's rice plantation country, Gullah Geechee, but I use Gullah Geechee sparingly because people are now using the term to separate us from the rest of us. No, we were just a piece of us. You know what I'm saying? And so, but I'm proud of my culture. I'm proud of living in those swamps, and I'm proud of growing up in those woods, and I'm proud of being raised in an African village in South Carolina by African people. But my mama was a voodoo priest. We call her root woman over here, you know, my grandma. And so it was just so normal fighting back against white supremacy because that's what you were living in. It was the crucible, you know. And so I grew up in that town where it wasn't just me or my family. That was the attitude. You don't hear nothing about Georgetown, South Carolina in the news on the South because we didn't play a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of our communities were maroon communities, you see, that had come back in the 1930s looking for work in these plantations and places. But from the 1800s to really some of them up to the 1960s, we still live in what was called the free woods. And they used to call us the free wood niggas. That means we were free from white folks, and white folks didn't come in our space. And you can still find, and where my family's from, especially in Socrates, South Carolina, just above Murrells Inlet, just below Myrtle Beach, they still call our space the free woods. And the small still predominate in terms of land ownership and so forth. So I come out of a people where my grandfather was a leader in the Moorish Science Temple, and he was also a master of the Prince Hall Grand Lodge, where grandma, besides being a root woman, she was a member of the Daughters of Tent and the Eastern Stars. So I came out of this activist community of Black people. And Papa was also a licensed preacher of St. Anne's Baptist Church, the church where I went to school from the first grade to the seventh grade with one beautiful angel as a teacher, a lady named Miss Betty Murray, who passed away only a few years ago, nearly 100 years old. And we stayed close until the day I spoke at her funeral, from the time I was a baby. And so I come out of this kind of Black people, like that school teacher of mine who taught me from first grade to seventh grade and had first grade class, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh in one room, right? Started teaching at age 15 and would walk to work every morning to teach us 3.5 miles. You understand? So I come out of those people. I am them. They taught me to stand up for our people, to fight for what was just, to fight for what was right, wherever I found myself. And so I attended a beautiful high school called Howard High. And Howard High to us was like Africa. I mean, that was the center of our being when I went to high school in Georgetown. And our symbol was a tiger, you know? And I remember our alma mater, it opened with, oh, Howard High, for you I will die, for you I will die. My hopes and dreams, my pleasant dreams. You know, that's how we sung about the high school that we were from, because we were in segregated South Carolina. And that was the center of our space as teenagers. And so I remember at age 14, that was, I think, 14, 15, when we were picketing the first Woolworth in town, and then the Strand Theater and the Palace Movie Theater. And then when I was 18, I'm on the football team 3 years by then. I played football in high school. There was a store named Flagler's not far from the high school campus. And we got word, we were out there in our football uniform, cleats on, stacked and packed. When we get the word that Mr. Flagler's, the white man, had pulled a gun on his brother for stealing a loaf of bread. But that was the end of his supermarket. Because 44 very big dudes in football uniform went in there, ran him and his family out, and tore the place up. And he tried to open it again, but our mothers from the church across the street put up a picket line and held it for a year, and he had to sell the property to some Black folks and get out of our community. And he was one of the last. So I come out of that, if that would give you a sense. I went in the Navy when I was 17. joined the Naval Reserves because I wanted to make some money to help the family while I was still in high school. And that's when I first began to see racism up front, because we lived in a black world and we were in a very strong black world. So we weren't stepping back to white racism very heavily. It was very subtle. But when I joined the reserves, you began to see the overtness of the racism, even though our reserve center was one of the few Naval Reserve Center in the South that was integrated since 1942. I thought that was true for across the South. But at any rate, they double-crossed me after that. I had 7 scholarships, football scholarships, when I got out of high school. So I'm going to Savannah State, which I did go. But they called me in the office one day and tricked me into signing a paper, but I didn't know I was signing. I had to leave on day of graduation. Couldn't go to my graduation party because the white folks wanted me out of town. So they sent me on active duty the day I graduated. Said, get rid of that Negro. And why? Because when I was 16 years old, I saw a man on television, and his name was Malcolm X. And my mom and dad lived in Harlem. And so I told my mom I want to meet Malcolm X. So the summer of '63, she had my big brother Ernie drive me up to New York. And I got to meet the God, Malcolm X. First, we'd go to 16th Street, couldn't meet him, he's always gone. And one day the brothers told us he's on 141st Street in front of Food Family Supermarket. Well, I packed groceries. I had a little summer job packing groceries at Food Family. So me and my friend Dwight, we went on up there. I don't remember anything because you got to remember, I'm 16. This is a girl, a black man on TV talking to white folks that nobody had ever heard at that time of day. Standing in front of this brother, very gentle, very kind. So I'm shaking in the boots to me, Whitey. And Whitey was my partner, Dwight. And all I remember him telling me was to stay in school and get an education, because an education was a big part of how we would free our people. That I remember clearly. He said other things to us. And him and the brothers were giving out flyers on that corner against the March on Washington at the time. So when I came back to South Carolina, I was Malcolm X. You know? Mm-hmm. So that's why the white folks wanted to get me out of town, because I started getting into this and then to this and the picketing and this and thought I really thought I was. I didn't know who Malcolm X was or what he was, but I thought I was him, because I appreciated this man. Going to Navy, a friend of mine who was white, Ray Johnson, Ray Roberts, I'm sorry, Ray. Love Ray, beautiful young brother from Boston, Massachusetts. Became my commanding officer. We became very good friends. He lived in, and this is part of why the white folks were angry, he lived in Boston. So his wife and children were there. So once a month, he would fly on his private plane back to Boston. Well, he realized my parents lived in New York. So I would fly with him, and he'd drop me off at Floyd Bennett Naval Air Station in Brooklyn. I go visit mom and then hook up with him on Sunday afternoon and we fly back. Well, the word got in that town that this Negro was on an airplane in 1963, and riding with a white man up to New York and back. Well, it was done very silently, but you felt the heat. You know what I'm saying? That was supposed to be going on right then. So the heat was there. But once they tricked me and I went on active duty at Pensacola, Florida Naval Air Station, Ray went to work because I already had a deferment that somehow they had gotten rid of. And Ray got my deferment back. So after a month and a half in the Navy, I was out to go to Savannah State. And I'll end the story with just a little piece and go quickly to Malcolm. But at Savannah, I had to go to my reserve duty. So I reported that first night, Seaman Apprentice Small reporting for duty. Sir, I said, nigga, what you doing here? And slammed the door in my face. And I'm sitting there going like, oh, shit. This ain't Georgetown no more. This is Georgia, right? I got my little nerve together because I got my orders under my arm. I just went for active duty. And I tap again. And this time, some officers opened the door. I salute, they invited me in. Then they asked me, how did I get orders to come there? I said, well, I'm going to college down the road to Savannah State campus, reserve unit in this area. And this is my assigned duty station. Of course, they had left me in the lobby for about an hour and a half. Well, they must call around the world. So we got a nigga here. The officers were pretty cool, and everybody else, I was just a novelty to stare at. You know, people stare at the doors, look at the door, and I'm standing there for an hour and something. And afterwards, I got jumped by some community white folks when I was trying to get to my bus and get back to the campus. Of course, to their credit, the white sailors from the center ran out to my rescue. And so they got me home. A month later, I go back. This thing of attacking me was attempted a second time. And a car drove by the crowd and opened fire. They never caught the people who opened fire. I would learn many years later who they might have been. Nobody got hurt seriously. But even though they knew I was innocent, I had to leave school. So I had to leave town. That was it for me in Georgia.
Right.
So, and I think a week later, I left. Was asked to leave kindly, and I thought, you know, being in the South, not having a lot of power and control, I thought they're going to come and get me anyway. So I volunteered to go on active duty. So within 2 months, I was in Valencia, Spain, aboard the USS Manly, and the rest became my military history. And while I'm in the military, Malcolm is killed, and this is the first time I would encounter the American government as an adversary knowingly. But my brother sent me all the clippings of Malcolm's assassination because he was in the organization. And I put it in a big portfolio, one of those big photo albums of the day back in the day with a big page, you stick everything in. And the CID, Central Intelligence Division of the Navy, which is equivalent to the CIA, took it from my locker. And even though they were seen doing it, they denied they ever did it. But that's when I realized there was more going on than saying, "Good morning, sir." Right. So when my time came to go, our ship was going to Vietnam. I had 5 months to go. They were trying to get everybody to volunteer and re-up. They were ordering us, I think, offering us $75,000, which was big money back then, and some other promotion. I just made E5 rapidly because you did everything by tests, and I was good at that. I refused to go to Vietnam. And they told me, well, my time wasn't going to be up before the ship get there, so I'll end up going there anyway. And I said something I shouldn't have said. If the ship takes me there, the ship wouldn't reach the port. Well, I got court-martialed for that. But I won because the captain and me, well, the admiral and me, we were good buddies. I was good at making buddies with high-ranking white officers, right? I was the librarian. I had been isolated to the library to get me away from ship's company, so I wouldn't be talking to people. So I spent my days in the library. Some people would come in the morning before they went to work duty at 8, maybe doing lunch, and then maybe in the evening after 5. The rest of the time it's just me and them books. Yeah, I was for the rest of that year. So that isolation allowed me to become very close to the admiral, who was also a very isolated being, because if you know anything about an admiral, he's like an absolute dictator. So he can't be friends with nobody.
Right.
The little colored boy in the library next door to his stateroom. And we got to know each other very well. So he was the judge, of course, of that court-martial. And we call it Captain's Mass there. And so I got very light punishment. And I came out of the Navy. I owed them 2 years or 3 years. And I refused to serve. I was arrested again. I was actually with Kwame Ture, picketing the draft office on 125th Street. That's Stokely Carmichael. I came home, joined SNCC. I'm ready to go to war, right? Joined the OAU. And they arrested me. And I got court-martialed again in New York. I never gave them the 2 years. They eventually gave me an honorable discharge.
Okay.
But that was that part of the life. Then from there on, I'm in the working with the Black Panther parties, working with Tupac's mom, Afeni, Zaid Shakur, her brother-in-law, Lumumba Shakur, her husband, Matula Shakur, her brother-in-law. They were the key elements in the leadership of the Black Panther Party in New York and Harlem, the Bronx. That would evolve many elements of that into the Black Liberation Army, of course. But I was an officer in the OAAU, and I was the bodyguard of Malcolm X's Ella. But I was also something else, and the only one that has that distinction. When Malcolm left the Nation of Islam, he founded a new organization called the Muslim Mosque, Inc.
Okay.
So in 1967, I got back home from the war in November 66. In 1967, I was elected as the imam over the Muslim Mosque, Inc. 1974, I traveled to Mecca and I became a Hajj, Al-Hajj, shaheed.
Mhm.
I would leave the Islamic community because I didn't think it was African enough or pro-African enough. Actually, I thought worldwide Islam was anti-African. And as I began to learn the history of Arab and Turkish Islam, I saw the nearly 2,000 years of enslavement of our people by them before the transatlantic slave trade began. And I saw that they were one of the main, how do you say, proponents. They were running the slave trade that the Christian white cracker from Europe tapped into on the West Coast. And so I said, I can't do this. No, so I walked away. There were some consequences, but I walked away. And from that point forward, everything I did was focused on two ideological streams: one, Black nationalism, and the other, Pan-Africanism, because you really can't separate the two. And Black nationalism was our local initiative, our national initiative. Pan-Africanism is our international initiative. They must work together and go together. So that's who I am. I married a very beautiful woman who I fuss with every damn day, it seems like. We've been married 53 years. We have 4 children. I had 2 children before I got married to her, so we have 6 children. We've got 23 grandchildren. I adopted 2 children in Africa. Each of them have 2 children as well. My daughter in Ghana spent 4 years as a member of parliament. She's quite political. Takes after her daddy, one of her daddies. Chris Asher was her other daddy, who was a radical journalist and a friend of Jerry Rollins until he ran afoul of Jerry and had to leave the country. And that's how I met his children and step in as the uncle, uncle father. And so just all my life, just trying to fight for Black folks. Because if you're Black, if you're African, born into this world under these conditions, your primary obligation is to fight for freedom until the day you die or until freedom comes. And so we knew that freedom wasn't going to come while we were living. So it meant fight for freedom till the day you die. Mm-hmm. Anything else is unnatural and immoral.
If I could take just a moment to kind of relate to something in your story that really hit home for me, is you were saying how your upbringing was kind of already in this environment. It was almost like a natural progression. As you were an adult, you carried on some of these values and sentiments, and and of course the spirit behind how to actually deal with it. Right? There's one thing to be aware of it, and then there's another thing to have a spirit to want to actually do something about it. Right. And I don't tell this to very many people. I try, for whatever reason. I just know the internet can be a very tricky place as far as, when you give them personal information. But my family in Louisiana, right? My last name is Jefferson. And my family comes from a very small town called Lake Providence. And so you heard of it. My great grandmother was a lady known for pulling shotguns on people. Right. And also that same lady was also very well articulated in city council meetings. Right. So we're talking about somebody who was fighting that front on both sides, but in a very small place. Right. She made the newspaper, had some very intelligent children who would become a next generation who would move into New Orleans. Right. And become the Jefferson family that maybe some people might be familiar with today. But they, I have congressmen, I have senators, I have judges, I have, umpteen, I don't say umpteen lawyers, but more than a handful of lawyers in my family, all people who dedicated, their entire life to trying to
deal out of a culture of Black resistance.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe not necessarily the route that some people or most people would take, but certainly that was their passion and that was their way of going about it. They did it through political action. They were in political office and position to do those type of things. And ironically, as almost a network of them just by family, there was 12 of them that they had to, and they were different roles at some point in time in New Orleans. Right. And amazing thing. So for me to grow up there, I couldn't help but gain a love for Black people. I couldn't help but some way feel attached to, how do we go about moving forward. And being a young man in close to people like that, you'll get an ear of some of the kind of conversations of people talking about, so what about this, what about that? And that is something that I carry with me today. I can't share it. Wouldn't want to, but it literally is in my blood at that point. So
it's in your cells, in your DNA.
Definitely something I care very deeply about.
And most African Americans, whether we want to say foundational Black Americans, I don't have no issue with being foundational Black Americans, if they would drop, and my young brother, and Tariq, I love him, he's been like a son to me, but he needs to drop his rhetoric attacking African peoples and attacking Pan-Africanism. Now, I've been talking to him about this, and I have seen some step back, you know what I'm saying? Because there's no need to do it. We're going to find brothers and sisters from other parts of the world who will not treat us the way we think because they don't even know who we are. Hell, we don't know who we are. Okay? And we're here. So we don't know our history. We don't know our common experience. So if a brother comes from Cameroon or Nigeria or Ghana or Sudan, don't have a clue except that they see there's a person called a Black American. But that's all they know about us. Not how we got here, not the fight we put up for nearly 300 years of warfare with these people over here, not the successes. They don't know none of those things about us. They're trying to survive and feed themselves because they're coming out of the slavery system that's called colonization. Colonization was slavery, genocide, just like chattel slavery was slavery, genocide. And we don't know about them, And the one thing the family have to do, Malcolm made it very clear. Oh, that's why I gotta love this Malcolm X. This boy was a bad dude. You put it down.
Ballad in the Bullet today. I actually did.
Yeah. He said, listen, if a cat have kittens in an oven, they still kittens. They're gonna become cats. Africans have kittens in St. Kitts, Nevis, Jamaica, South Carolina, New Orleans, New York, but we still Africans. It don't matter how long ago the kittens start being born in these foreign places. You cannot change who your great mama and daddy was. And for our young brothers and sisters who are escaping slavery in Africa, hear me clearly. Africa, no, I will die for her on a penny, not a dime. And anybody know me know that. So, but I criticize myself and my people too many times because we are coming out of slavery is just ending in Africa, my brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Kwame Nkrumah opened the door to ending slavery. And yes, some say, okay, Sudan got freed first, and Sudan was fighting. They were fighting to get free from the British and the Arabs. But Sudan didn't get their freedom the way Ghana did. Then Nkrumah take the people in the streets and they were ready to go to war, and some people got killed, and Nkrumah got arrested. And the British realized, we're going to have to go to war with these black folks, so we better do something. All right. The Sudan, when Abdel Nasser, right, who became the president of Egypt, him and Naguib, and both of them were Nubian, right? And they demanded from the British the freedom of Sudan as they were getting the independence of Egypt. So that's how Sudan beat Ghana by a few months, but in a different kind of way. You understand? But that was the first step to breaking the chains of slavery. Now we got Liberia and we got Ethiopia, who was never enslaved in that way. But the Americans and the Germans and the British, especially the Americans, held Liberia into economic slavery from almost her beginning. And the Italian and the British, that's why you have an Eritrea. People always say Ethiopia was never colonized. That's not historically true. And we don't have to lie about our history. Yes, we defeated the Italian mercilessly twice. But the reason you got a separate place called Eritrea, because that's the part of Ethiopia that the Italian had colonized. So just put that history in context. All the rest of Africa is just now crawling out of slavery. And that's why Ibrahim Traore, the brother in Burkina Faso, represents Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, Booker Washington, and Marcus Garvey in one package right now, along with our brother who is the commander of Mali and the commander of Niger. And we hope that what we're seeing from Senegal and what we're hearing from our sister in Namibia, that we're seeing more people breaking the chains of slavery Kwame Nkrumah called it neo-colonialism, but it was just neo-slavery. I mean, instead of holding the gun at your head, I'm going to hold the money away from your hands to keep you in slavery. And I'm breaking that. So Pan-Africanist, foundational Black American, whatever you call yourself, by any name, you're an African. Okay? That piece you can't get away from. Whether we came here 10,000 years ago, some of us probably came here 500,000 years ago. All right. And some of us came here from Mali hundreds of years before Columbus. And some of us came here probably back and forth, trading and stuff, thousands of years before that. And then millions of us came over here on those slave ships in a very rush, immediate thing. And guess what happened? The penis and the vaginas of all those people amalgamated and created one Africa.
Okay.
You can't distinguish which one came when or where today, because we are all one. That's why some of us are brown and some of us are ruddy like me and some of us are black like my sweater. We amalgamated. We are one Africa. Yes, we don't know ourselves well. Yes, the brothers and sisters from other spaces don't know us well, but guess what? We don't know them well either. So let's come and stop disrespecting the spirit of the ancestors which resides in all of us. When we disrespect any one of us, we disrespect the spirit of our ancestors that's in all of us. So let's take the time to get to know one another, know our history, know our cultural experience, know our scars, know the whip mark, know the bullet hole, know the prison shackle. Because the brothers on the continent, the brothers in the Caribbean, the brothers in Latin America who come to America, they're black as the shirt, but they say, I'm Latino, I'm Spanish, I'm no black. We understand that. He don't mean no harm. He's trying to tell the only truth he knows. It's my job to move the scars from his eyes. It's my job, your job, to say you're an African, my dear beloved brother. They took that from you. We'll help you get it back. Language don't determine your race, because nobody calls me Anglo-Saxon or British. I speak English. I speak an African Creole that they call English. And so we just have to be about loving Mother Africa, loving cosmos, the universe that gave birth to the first Black woman that gave birth to the rest of us. You know?
I appreciate that. Let me move into some of the questions.
Yes, sir.
Can you lay out what are like the core tenets of Pan-Africanism? And what I mean by that, like, what are some of the core ideologies that you would need to be adhering to in order to be in line with Pan-Africanism?
The first thing is to be a student of African history, particularly and especially as it's written by other Africans. Be a student of African history, particularly and especially as it's written by other Africans. That don't mean you don't explore the research of others who maybe from some other races. Some people have done some very good research. You explore all research, but particularly study the history about our ancestry as written by our own people. Because if you don't know your history, you can't even establish your identity. You see, history declares your identity. And identity is at the core of Pan-Africanism. Identity is the core of Pan-Africanism. Whether we want to call ourselves a Moor, we want to call ourselves African, we want to call ourselves Hebrew Israelite. Okay, all that's cool, but guess what's at the center of it? A big old A. We accept this big A as our description across the world. A means Africa.
Okay, so it's not necessarily primarily about unifying both African Americans and continental Africans.
That comes because the word Pan means unity. That's what Pan means.
Okay.
The brothers, all of us are continental African. The difference is some of us a couple of centuries and more years removed than some others. You got some brothers just getting off the board from Ghana last week. Some brothers who got off the board from Nigeria 50 years ago. You got some brothers who were brought over here in slavery 200 years ago. What difference does time make other than the experience we have with the devil? Okay, the length of that experience in this environment. So you've got the same family, the same people at different times making it to the space we call North America.
Mhm.
Pan-Africanism means unity among all African people. That's what pan means. Nationalism means to control the economic, politics, and culture where you live. If you do not control the economic, politics, and culture in the community you're living in, you are not a nationalist.
Okay.
If you're not fighting for that, you can't say, I'm a nationalist and I'm going to stores owned by 50 other ethnic groups who don't look like you, act like you, hire you, or care about you. All right? Then
Mhm.
you're not a nationalist. You got to own and control land, labor, and resources where you are. That's nationalism.
Okay. Okay. Now, one thing I'm pretty aware of with conversations like these is that we don't typically have a lot of experience with that. I mean, just regular people who aren't like doing regular interviews or having these kind of conversations,
Mhm.
and we don't. So without a whole lot of formal training or a lot of experience, the how to do them well may not necessarily come
Right.
naturally easily to most people, right? And I think that first off, I'm gonna appreciate your decorum. I love your demeanor and how you actually kind of go about these conversations. Um, but I said that to say I'm also doing my best to be as cordial and respectful to everything that you're saying, open to some of it, even right. I would definitely say that there's some things, scientifically, I may not necessarily agree with here or there, but I'm
Mhm.
trying to get your greater point, and maybe our try to keep our conversation more about the means of how Pan-Africanism or Black nationalism attempts to accomplish what it wants to accomplish, rather than sorting out some of the information that may have some more indigenous affinities rather than
Yeah, but we need to deal with all of that too, because we need to find out what that word indigenous means, because it's being kicked around without a definition.
okay.
And I'm probably the most indigenous person you've ever had a conversation with.
Okay, how you explain it?
Indigenous means you've been there longer than somebody else. What has that got to do with anything? What has it got to do with anything except it's become an excuse for people to be irresponsible to the freedom of the whole nation? Okay, my responsibility is the freedom of everybody Black, in particular, and the freedom of the world in general. Because without that being there, they're going to always be messing with us, right? And we have to guarantee our freedom by kind of guaranteeing them their freedom without having anybody encroaching upon our freedom. But when we come to the question of nationalism, I want to reiterate that because most of us are nationalists and most of us do nationalistic things, but we're not involved in organizations particularly designed with a program to carry out the work to certain goals. If nationalism says I've got to control the real estate where I live, then we need a body of people who strategically organized to acquire real estate. If
Mhm.
nationalism says if I got to control the economic where I live, then we need a body of people consuming a body of knowledge that allow us to get economic control where we live. If
Okay.
nationalism means I control the culture, some people say socialization or culture, either the same thing. Where I live, then we need a body of people who study it. How do we explain the culture? How does culture work to help us control the economics and be in command of the politics so we can control the real estate and manage the wholesale real estate where we are?
Mhm.
That requires organization over and beyond what your profession is and what you do for a living. Yes,
So
we got to do that because we got to eat food, clothing, shelter. But
mhm.
how do we guarantee our children that when we're dead, they will be able to eat? We got to take control of economic politics and culture where we live.
I totally agree with that. I totally
So
agree with that.
that's the
Now,
nationalism piece.
right.
An African piece, that's what scares many African Americans, but they're only scared because they're basically ignorant. The average African American think Pan Africanism is an organization. Right?
Okay.
Pan Africanism is a concept of unity of African people. We're not the first one to use the word pan. You had Pan, Scandinavian Pan, everybody that's the word that really came up out of the 19th century to talk about unity of racial groupings who didn't live in the same location. So Pan has always been a term kicked around, and other people have used Pan, this, Pan, that. It simply means to unite. If any, I look at African Americans, if they want to give up the richest piece of real estate to white people, then let them go and do that. I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to encourage people to do that because everybody in the world is trying to get that real estate because it's the only place in the world that has what the world needs to allow them to continue to go on. Everybody's trying to get Africa. That's why the wars are there. It isn't there because people are greedy. They're no more greedy than those who sell the dope to us and murder all of us. These foundational Black Americans selling dope, killing other foundational Black Americans every day for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Who are they?
Mm-hmm.
That's just ignorant, and in 1992 I coined a term called post-slavery trauma syndrome. A lot of people have used this and written books about it, but myself, and then followed by Patricia Newton, was the first one to use that to describe the aftermath sickness, the syndrome that Black people is in. They think because I have a job, I'm no longer a slave, because I got on some nice clothes, because I drive a nice car. That's the syndrome of thinking slavery is over. We never ended slavery in America. We simply found accommodating spaces and comfortable spaces in slavery in America. And until we get that clear, because how you can say I'm not a slave and you haven't restored yourself to what you were before you were enslaved, whether you were indigenous or whether you can't. And all indigenous mean I got here before y'all folks who just got off the boat. All right, y'all folks who just got off the plane, or whether you just got off the plane. If you can't restore yourself to what you originally were created to be, you're not free.
Okay.
Period.
So let me ask you this. Now, those are a lot of powerful ideas and concepts. Why would you say that Pan-Africanism or Black nationalism has not effectively removed some of those anti-Black Arab influences in Africa?
It has effectively removed a lot of it.
A lot of it?
You can't undo something in 50 years that got in place in 2,000 years.
Okay.
We're not going to undo what happened over here in the 300 or so years that we've been here. And that's all we've been here. And 60 or 50 or 100 years. It has to be what is called a protracted struggle. You and I fight to cover the ground we can fight while we're breathing. But we have to prepare the next generation to take more ground. That means we got to have goals. What are the goals to freedom? What are we calling freedom?
Okay.
It means liberated mind, the word. It's two Greek words, to liberate the mind, the dome, and the free to liberate. But it's greater than that. I must be restored and repaired to what I was before I was broken. You can't tell me that I'm free with my Black skin to then behave like the same white people who enslaved me, and because they don't have shackles on us, I'm free. That's not freedom. You have now become the white man. You have now become the enslaver of other good people of the world. We have to take responsibility. Every Black elected official in this country and every Black citizen in this country got to take responsibility what happened in Gaza. That genocide in Gaza, whether you like them people, don't like them, don't care what they did, don't care what the Arabs did, this or that, some of that is just foolishness. Genocide is genocide, and women and children were genocide. And Black Americans who think that this is their government without holding it responsible, I know there isn't a lot we can do, but the tongue, we can do this. We can speak out. Otherwise, we have endorsed genocide. And if the laws of the universe says if you endorse genocide on someone else, you have endorsed it on yourself.
Yeah. Ironically, we just had that report with Pete Hegseth, where they collapsed the building, an entire apartment building, just to get one terrorist.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard anybody mentioning.
And why would we call that person a terrorist? Who's the real terrorist? That's their land.
Right.
The invaders are the terrorists. I fight back against my terrorists, and then I'm called a terrorist. So I tell people who don't know that history, look up the Stern Gang, look up the Huguenot, and look up the Stern Gang, the Huguenot, and there's one other. These were the three major Israeli terrorist groups that began to take Palestine in 47 away from the people, the Irgun. Okay. And you find that all of their presidents, the first four presidents, all belonged to these terrorist organizations that was killing women and children, just like we see women and children being killed now. And people are watching these babies being blown up every day, and we've become so white because we say, oh, some Arab did something back in the day to us that I can't be with them. Look at what all the Negroes have done to us in North America. They've killed more people with drugs than was killed in slavery by the devil. So we better learn how we make judgment. That's why learning history erases the mystery, because it gives you some of the tools that the ancestors once used to make us behave as human beings. And we don't know what a lot of those tools are until we study the history and study our mothers and fathers. We brought them here with us and we used them. If we hadn't used them, you and I wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
That family, them Jeffersons you talked about, they were fighting with the tools they brought in their ancestor toolkits. That's why they became lawyers. Not just to make some money. They know, I'm going to get into law and I'm going to fight. That's why they become a judge. I'm going to fight. You know, that's why one become a school teacher. We are looking for the ways. We know we can't run out there with a gun against all of that. That didn't work. We ain't enough of us with guns to do that. So what are the other ways you fight against a system that has taken away your humanity?
Right.
And you maintain your manhood and womanhood while still maintaining your humanity. You do not have to give up your humanity to stand as a man or a woman against this demon. And so history kind of gives us an example of what tools once used, how did they work? There's some tools out of yesterday not going to work to help us. We can't use some of the things we did when I was a youngster in the street. That ain't going to work today.
Right.
You young people got to use your mind and the technology and this technocracy we got in this thing they call the social media. Y'all got to use it. This is your tool. God, I wish we had this tool back in the 60s, but we didn't. Y'all got, okay?
Yeah.
Y'all got other tools we don't have. And you've got more people with intellectually structured minds that know how the system works worldwide than we had. We had a few people that had made it to that space who was reaching back to help the masses of us. But you have so many more. And so you've got a different set of tools. And I'll come back to your question about what the Arabs did in Africa. Everywhere you go in Africa, and I traveled there for the last 40 years, people will show you when you go into these, especially away from the shore places, how they fought back, what tools they used. There's one part of northern Ghana and Burkina Faso where they built their houses, right, with no windows, just a slit for the bow and arrows. And they got their fresh air from a door on the roof, and they always built it 2 stories. Their walls was made 8 to 10 foot tall, and the gate into the courtyard was 2 feet tall. That anybody that tried to get in there had to get on their knees, and they weren't getting up in that courtyard, right? So they were able to defend those kinds of compounds. And you had found many people turned and started with the white Christian when they came, they started with the white Christian who had something called a gun because it gave them some leverage against the Turkish and the Arab Islamic invaders. That was one of the big reasons. We thought, okay, this dude here will help me defeat this dude here. Of course, we made a cardinal mistake, you know what I'm saying? But it was probably the only position you could take at the time. Because if people, and most of our brothers and sisters over here, know nothing about the 100 years of the Ottoman Turkish Empire and their rule in Africa for almost 50 of those 100 years. Most of them don't know how the Islam got into Africa, what war was fought, you know, who was fighting those wars, and what was the consequence. Most Muslims, say in Senegal, still do not go to Mecca or honor Mecca as their sacred place. Okay. And when we say Islam, we got to be careful not to equate Islam with Arabs. There's Arabs who's Christian, there's Arabs who's Jews, there's Arabs who's atheists, millions of them. But we don't identify them because most of them we identify as Muslims. So we attach that to their behavior. But the thing we call Islam, just like the thing we call Christianity, is an attempt to do the same thing we call voodoo and Yoruba. It all breaks off of our thing by our enemies trying to do something with what the knowledge they got for us to organize themselves. But it didn't work well because the first thing they did with it is try to kill the people who they got it from. Not just try, they killed us for a certain period of time. But history will give you a way to understand that in a way that you can deal with it without becoming them. We're not going to keep them becoming them.
Well, I thought the anti-black notion in Arabism was a good place to start because it's right there in Africa, right, where where you have, mostly obviously Africans. So if you were looking for a concentration of Pan-Africanism, I would assume just by it being Africa, you would have a larger force, maybe even larger
Bad assumption.
budget to be able to throw at something like that.
Why would you assume that? Pan-Africanism started over here and in the Caribbean.
Okay.
And we in the United States is the third largest concentrations of Africans in any country in the world. Most African countries have no more than 4 or 5 million people. And those 4 or 5 million people, like I said, starting out, are just beginning to come from under slavery. So why would they be able to do anything like that? Nigeria has the largest population, and it just came out from under slavery after Ghana did. And it still is not from under slavery, because what they did was the ones who are Muslims, who we hear the Hausas, and there's another word they use, the one to raise the cattle and stuff, they're still fighting ideologically against the ones who are Igbo and the ones who are Yorubas and the ones who are Benin, not so much over ideological things, they're fighting over historically cultural things that evolved from the ideology. Like the one group says, I'm a herdsman and I deal with cattle, so I have to build no fences. And the other man said, yeah, but I'm a farmer. And if we don't build some fences, your cattle gonna destroy my crop. That's a war that kills thousands of people. But those beliefs come out of those ancient traditions that the invaders brought. Now, how do we get to the point where we can have a conversation about what that really means? See, because many of the people who we're saying are Muslims, they're the same people who are genetically a Yoruba. All right? But after a couple of 100 years of being enslaved like that, it's just like many of us who are enslaved in Christianity. Most of my family are, And they don't want to hear nothing about no Akan or Yoruba or Voodoo or Kemetic or anything of that sort, even though they love me and they will always embrace me. But something people had to take what was given them and make it survive. So when you look at the Islam, I have a brother. He's my priest when I want to go to some deep stuff, right? He's a Ga priest. Ga is one of the indigenous people in Ghana. Well, indigenous to the degree they came there about 1,000 years ago from what is now Nigeria. But he's also a Muslim and a Hajj and an Imam. So that's what you're going to find in most of the African communities, right? They not only practice in Islam, but they still practice their indigenous religion, and they've meshed what's the word when they say they brought those two things together. And you will find those people, they don't necessarily go to Mecca, nor do they ascribe to hadiths of the Arabs. They have their own traditional books and things like that. So that's how they were able to survive the onslaught. And you find the younger people now, your generation and younger, ain't dealing with none of that. Y'all ain't dealing with Islam, Christianity, or nothing. Y'all trying to figure a way to establish some economic foundation for yourself, some political foundation for yourself, where there's some harmony and some peace. But you can't do that by hating your people who got their arms cut off, or their legs cut off, or got their eyes plugged out. That don't make no sense.
Okay. Well, so you mentioned that they were able to have a lot of success with it, which is definitely.
The war isn't over. The war is still going on.
What role does African Americans play in reducing that anti-Black influence over there?
Well, one of the things we got to do is first think in being African American as a race. We are in the African race. America is the geopolitical place. When we say African Americans, we're not talking about a race. We are talking about the African race in a particular geopolitical place. Once we get that straight, just like the Afro-Brazilian, there's no race called Afro-Brazilian. There's the Africans who are in Brazil. And so once we are clear on what these definitions are we're using, then we have to deal with how do we learn what our relationship should be and what our goals must be if we're going to have freedom. For our children, because most of us are going to live to be 70, 75 years, we're going to die. If we have children who will have grandchildren and who will have grandchildren, then we're fighting for them, not us. So how does that fight look like going forward? What are the plans going forward? Food, clothing, shelter, and safety, because that's the primary incentive for everything we do. We got to eat. We got to be housed. So how do we try to put together plans that will allow us to create an environment so our children don't even have to have this conversation? Definitely don't have to fight the fight that we have to fight and our grandparents were fighting. That's what Pan-Africanism and nationalism should be about. Nationalism is your national fight. Pan-Africanism is your international fight. How do we get rid of the ignorance that got us looking down on each other? Going to Ghana and having a brother, they calling me a brony instead of a brother. But for everyone that called me a brony, there was 10 that called me a brother. And what am I supposed to do? Junk those 10 for the one that called me the brony? The one that called me a brony don't even understand who he is. I know the hell he don't understand who I am, right? And so how do we educate them? So my thing is, I always use, you hear me, sometimes I use a parable, like, how do you get the blind to see? You meet a blind man, what do you do for him? When he bumps into you, do you knock his ass out because he bumped into you? He can't see you, he blind.
Right.
I got to get him a stick, a seeing eye dog, some glasses, or some eye surgery. That's what the revolution for blindness is about. I mean, people who can't hear. And I'm yelling, get the hell out of the way. And he just standing right there. Then when I become, he can't hear. So I get him a hearing aid or some surgery. And so our struggle is that's a metaphor, but the struggle is kind of like that. Some of the people that put the greatest pain on me has been my own people, our own people. Definitely never got close enough. Only a few times they hurt me. You know, they got me in jail in LA back in 70. And they messed me up a bit. New York back in 69. But then I made up my mind, I ain't never going in their hands again. I will operate in a way they will never get me in their hands because I know the helplessness of having those cuffs on, getting your ass kicked. Okay.
So I think that's a great place for us to run our first commercial break. And I appreciate you. On the next side of this commercial break, I do have a couple more questions. Can you help me get through those? I definitely appreciate your story, and
I'm with you as long as you need to be on.
Yeah, I'm but I want to kind of get through some of the story. I want to get through some of the questions. Excuse me. So I don't want you to get lost on necessarily with the story, but I do have some questions that I think the audience really wants to hear.
Okay.
All right.
Want to grow your brand? Advertise with Trimedia. Reach thousands on YouTube, social media, and more. Targeted, effective, affordable. Contact Trimedia today and get noticed where it matters.
Looking good, that wood filled with the animal clover mix. When I pop that shit, it's the oldest trick. Literal coldest sick. Baby, text me since you got a bone up pick. I'ma pull up on the bitch. Holy shit, notice the golden bonus that's on this wrist. On the trip, with no chips. Bitch, where the police be. But back to the session at hand. There go that man.
Quanboy EP by DQ Hampton. From Waco to the world, Quanboy EP is the raw, unapologetic soundtrack of a country boy turned city king. DQ Hampton blends southern grit with East Coast wit, delivering a project that reflects his hustle, his risks, and his relentless ambition. This EP isn't just music, it's a statement. With hard-hitting beats, intricate wordplay, and a vibe that moves from smoked-out introspection to high-energy motivation. Quanboy EP takes you on a journey through DQ's life, where every bar is a lesson and every hook is a moment. From the deep bass lines that shake the block to smooth melodic storytelling, this project showcases why DQ Hampton is a force in the game. No gimmicks, just real music for real ones. Whether you're chasing paper, zoning out, or grinding in silence, Quanboy EP is here to set the tone. Welcome to the next chapter. Welcome to Quamboy.
All right, thank y'all. I appreciate y'all, man. We got Professor James Smalls in the building. We just ran our commercial. Shout out to DQ, man. DQ's definitely been putting a lot of work behind the scenes. He made the song for the advertisement, and he kind of did it in very short notice. Very talented brother.
I was impressed.
Yeah, very short notice too. And man, shout out to Unc. Man, Unc has been. I can't say enough. The guy has, in a lot of ways, kind of walked me through the YouTube streets. That was my first early introduction to what kind of goes on in these communities and some of these conversations. So you could imagine where a lot of my perspective comes from, if that's where I am familiar with in the conscious community. And I'm sure you guys have a lot of conversations. He has.
Alk has been like a son to me for going into 2 decades. If not, it might have been long, but at least 2 decades.
Smart dude, definitely smart, and even more solid than that, right? Like, man, good guy, very good guy. I couldn't appreciate him enough. But here we go, Professor Smalls, and I definitely appreciate your patience. So we were talking about, I think we left off at what role African Americans could play in helping remove some of those anti-Black Arab influences in Africa. The reason why I asked that is because, like I said, it's Pan-Africanism. And I thought that was important to say that it's in Africa, because when I look at the AU website, the Pan-African Union website, they give a mission statement. And I noticed on their website, they don't include African Americans. And to me, that sounds a little unnerving, right? To be a part of something that in their mission statement doesn't seem
unnerving. The Baptists don't include the Methodists in America, and the Methodists don't include the Adventists right here in America.
It sounds like I could be supporting something that's not necessarily as interested in me as I am.
No, it's your job to build it to what it should be. If we see somebody building a house in our interest, and we look and say, wait a minute, there's 10 of us out here. Suppose that each of us have a room, and you building a house with 6 rooms. Something wrong with the building plan. Okay? Those people who have arrived at the point, you're making the assumption that they know what the hell they're doing. You're making the assumption that they're somehow free. You're making the assumption that they have had a level of self-determination that you don't have. These people are just coming out of slavery. Okay. Don't confuse the remnants. I can take a dude and put him in a tuxedo and a tie and bring him into a ballroom, and he had never seen light before, And so that's and there was a piece I did. I hate to revert back to it, because there's nothing you or any foundation in Black America can say more brutal than a three-minute piece I did about 10 years ago, and it was so bad I felt bad, but I had to do it at the particular time. And this was a brutal criticism of Africa and Africans. But I thought people would be big enough to understand the criticism, but they weren't. They thought I was condemning rather than criticizing, and I came under attack all across the world. And that's when you saw me launch out here 3 years ago. It was in defense of that. And I was using the term, this wasn't the term Foundation Black America, I was using the term formerly enslaved Blacks in America. But I meant the same thing you mean when you say Foundation of Black America. I know we built the pyramids in Mexico. I know we built all that shit in Central South America. I know, but before we got here to build any of those things, we came from that same motherland place. So I'm not taking away what we've contributed here. When I think of my people in South Carolina, it's called the Chicoros, one of the Native American nations who were the Black Native American nations. All right, not the red. Well, the red comes from the black and the yellow mix, and that's another whole show we got to have if we want to get into that whole thing about just indigeneity, right? But no, they have done the best they could. It's not good enough. The Kwame Nkrumah, when he was pushing for what ended up becoming the OAU, he was pushing for what you said. Nkrumah wanted to include the whole Pan-African spectrum. But the groups immediately split into two. The Liberian group or the Nairobi group but that was the capital Liberians, and the Casablanca group. One group was saying, the other group was saying, you're including too many. And so they end up with a compromise when Haile Selassie came in to mediate, and they came up with the OAU. What they're now calling the African Union is just a new name and a new dress on the OAU.
Mm-hmm.
It never did go into that Pan-African distance that Nkrumah was talking about when he first designed it. Because Nkrumah was moving with W.B. Du Bois, who, had one of the big first Pan-African conferences in the UK. And he was moving, and Nkrumah and Dr. Clark was like buddies, like you and Unc.
Mm-hmm.
They were talking this shit like young brothers, hanging out, doing this. And so he took those ideas home. Because remember, he went to school at Lincoln, he hung out in Harlem and worked every summer. He was in the street with Carlos Cook and Malcolm X and all. So when Nkrumah goes home, he ain't the same brother that came over here to go to seminary school. He's now become a part of the African-American ideas and concept of what the world should look like. But the people back home didn't have his experience. That's why they overthrew him. You're going too far. Because they came out of this British colonial thing that had limits what they could see as freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And that war's still going on. But I'll tell you, some of the young people over here, and I get on some of their platforms and stuff, they're where you at. They're where you at. But you young folks got to reach across that water and get each other's hands and educate each other,
Mm-hmm.
Because I've seen the transformation over a 5-year period with some who I saw when they first came up on this media. They were sounding like backwards idiots, but I watched once they had this back and forth, I watched the education change where they're going. And I listened to the young people when they say we want an Africa that we want to build an Africa that we want to see. When they're talking about Pan-Africanism, they're not talking about something for the African continent. You may have some narrow-minded, old-line political hustlers talking.
Wait, I want to make sure I heard that correctly. So you're suggesting that African Americans build an Africa they want to see?
Absolutely.
And
what happened without us doing that?
What does that leave us to do if they refuse? If they
it's
want
not
to
a they. You are the they. There's no they to refuse. You are the they. I don't give nobody in Africa my fucking land, or my, excuse me for cussing, man, or my stool, or my skin. I didn't sell nothing when I left Africa. I got sold. All right? Now, everybody in Africa did not sell me. Just like everybody in our community don't sell dope. Okay? So we got to be clear. I didn't give up nothing. When I left home, I left family there. I left uncles, cousins, grannies, and everybody there. And they went on having babies with my name, even though I got a white man name now. But genetically, I got the same name I left there. I ain't giving that to nobody. Mm-hmm. And I'm not giving this to nobody. We built this shit here. We was here before the first white man came here. And when he came with his guns and kicked our ass, but it's mainly with his diseases. He didn't beat us with no guns. That's his mythology. His disease killed us. That's what defeated us. All right? Now, the guns came in as that's how he mopped it up. But let's deal with reality. That's why I say history erases the mystery. There was one point, and I forgot whose work I worked it on, that the disease killed so many people in Central South America that the white folks had to go out on their ships and sit for 3 months to let the bodies rot. Tens of thousands of people died from the common cold, because the common cold acted just like that thing we just had, COVID. Because there was no common cold virus in this hemisphere. There was no influenza virus in the hemisphere. There was no pneumonia virus in the hemisphere. And then that sick thing came out of the Black Plague and the bubonic plague and brought his disease body here. He killed millions of us in a few years. That's why history will let you know he didn't standing up in a good fight, even though we had bows and arrows, we kicked his ass. Okay? Look at the history. But the disease, we couldn't beat that one. And we just now getting on our feet, learning that something happened. That we just now learning this is our land. Now, some of us have been talking about this is our land for decades, but it's now a common conversation. It ain't just Dr. Ben, Dr. Sertima, and me and Dr. J. I've been talking about this for as long as I've been talking, because I'm one of them. Mm-hmm. All right. I can't go now. The white folks will let me back on their plantation, we didn't bury underground. We buried our people in mounds. All right. We used to go every year and clean them. So I know who I am. But before I came here to build those mounds in America, I came from Africa thousands of years earlier. I am the indigene that you're talking about. That's why I can have the conversation I have. But I built Egypt before I left to come here, you know? And so we've been here. We don't even know the date we got here. It's so early. When you look at some of the things that we built, especially in Central South America, let me tell you a little secret. And that's why I said I got to go down there this week. Trump is talking about messing with the museums, right? Last night he said they're going to come into the Indian Museum here in New York. And one of the biggest Indian museums on the East Coast is in New York. When I first came up here to New York City, I went to the museum. You know what amazed me?
What's that?
It was on 155th Street in Broadway. The two black Twa people, mummified, but they were called Indian. And I was like, I didn't know how to work with that in my brain. And then I had to go to some older people. They know we were here. You understand? We just learning it. But the first time I saw it was in 1967 in the Indian Museum, where I saw the proof. I saw the mummified bodies of the Twa black people, the little black people. You know who the Twa is, the pygmies.
Yeah, the pygmies.
Yeah, from North Carolina. And so I said, when I saw this thing on the news last night, I better get down to that museum and see if I can get some pictures, because I haven't been there since they moved the museum from Harlem to downtown Manhattan. And with the discussion we're having now about indigeny, I need to get those pictures. You know, at least I know the story. I saw them with my eyes, and that opened me up. Even I knew we were here, because my papa took us every year, almost like a pilgrimage, to clean those graves. Now, we just called ourselves Indians then, right? So we didn't know any other word. So we said we were Indian, right? But we know now what we meant. And we was here first. And then they came. Okay. And so how do we tell the story? I've been to the pyramids in Illinois, just outside of East St. Louis. I forgot the name. One of the biggest ones are there. And I've been to some of the others along the Mississippi. You know, I've done that whole tour piece. And so I know what our brothers and sisters are talking about. It's up to us to tell our own story, though. But you could tell your story without beating out somebody else.
For sure. Absolutely.
It's up to us to build our culture. I was so, you know, the little cowboy, when I grew up in the South, well, we sang country songs. You know what I'm saying? We were listening to rhythm and blues too, but we danced the country song. So now Beyonce has brought us back there. But that's not something that wasn't always something, because country song was our music. They took our music and made it their genre, while the other northern whites took a piece of our music and made it rhythm and blues and stole that, made it the other genre. But we've got a right to go back to the time when I grew up on a farm. I drove cows to the dairy in the morning. I'm a cowboy. I wore cowboy hats. We wore boots. And then somehow we moved out of that in the 60s. And then somebody else took that. Well, we need to take it back. It's part of our culture, you know? And African Americans, the one thing I hold, even me, I'm guilty. We need to define our culture. We need to display. We can't let somebody come in and say hip hop is our culture. Hip hop is not a culture. It's a genre. It's a piece of a people's culture. A culture is everything a people do and have done. That 10 or 50 years where some white folks was controlling the music in our community, I don't care who was singing it, they were controlling it. I don't care who was writing the poem, they were controlling it. To the point they decided which poem got to be music and which poem never got heard. All right? But that's another whole story of the fight we've had to carry on to try and express ourselves and tell our stories. And so for the foundation of Black America, for the African American, we need, and I said this before any of this discussion started, that we need to find a way to define ourselves separate from everybody else. Because unless you can do that, you can't even make your case for what your story is. So that's not something new to me. It's just how you do that
So let's examine that right quick, right? If I had this very clear identity, a very clear African identity of mine, um, how would that serve me during the next Hurricane Katrina or Flint water crisis?
I would have $1 million serve you. It depends on what you got.
It would
Hurricane Katrina.
Cover from something like that.
We had all the black things that you can dare bring up when Hurricane Katrina hit. What we didn't have is to be organized as black people. But that wouldn't have helped us much either, because somebody blew up those damn levees. I've been to New Orleans. I was in New Orleans the day before it hit. I came back after it hit, quite back a year after it hit. I drove all through those areas. I got to see what they did. To keep the water from going one place, they dumped the water someplace else. Okay. At that point, there was nothing nobody could do. What we could do once the disaster hit, and I thought we finally did it very well, is organize ourselves the best we could. Most people don't know how well New Orleans black people organize themselves. I've been with my brother Devin, God bless his soul, he died from COVID, but we drove all through those areas to see the work that was done by families and by communities and others to revive themselves. The media never tell the story about how we truly fought back or what we did for ourselves, even after that water had receded. You know, you can't stop nature. That thing that just happened in Thailand and Myanmar yesterday, there's nothing nobody can do about that. All those buildings came down. Those people
the point that I'm trying to get it to more so is like economically, it seemed that we weren't necessarily prepared, right? Like, so
right.
when it came down to us rebuilding these communities, it seemed that we were at such an economic disadvantage that we had to lean on other groups of people to help us do that, right?
Right, and that's one of the weaknesses we found out, that we have not done the economics well, not because we didn't want to do it, but one of the fight that has been against us is to keep us from being economic, because this is a capitalist society.
Absolutely, it was systemic.
Right, and so the fight has been to keep us economically impotent.
Right.
There was a period in the 1900s, we were beating them at that game, and then they learned how to use the government and how to do it at that game. We've got to learn now that we got to get good at that game again. All right?
So let me ask you this, because I'm asking
the question. It would be nice if I was hooked up with a couple of people with some gold mines, some cobalt mines, some platinum mine in Africa, and that we had some kind of business arrangement that makes sense. So when we need a flow of capital that didn't require flowing through Barclays Bank or Chase Bank, we could have that capital at our disposal. And all that is possible if we work as a people internationally to unite ourselves, but we have to also work as a people nationally, because last year we spent $1.6 trillion. Then only but 15 countries in the world had more money than that to spend.
So how did you kind of like I guess how did you take the fact that Africa isn't necessarily a big part of those type of rebuilding processes?
Because the same demon that messed with me and you in New Orleans and South Carolina is messing with them. They've assassinated more leaders on that campus than they've assassinated here in our community. We know they've assassinated multiple, from Medgar to Malcolm to Martin to Booker to you name it. But they've assassinated even more young men who were talking like you and thinking like you. And most of them was killed in their 30s and their 40s. Chisimamba was in his 30s. Stephen Biko was in his 20s. Emeka Ogba was in his 40s. The young black men who were trying to do all the things you're saying, the same demon was murdering them.
Right.
But we've learned now who the demon is, and we've learned to fight back in ways that we have to begin to organize ourselves to be clear.
We got to do what Malcolm said. We got to keep swinging, right?
Absolutely. And you never stop, but you got to have a plan.
Now,
multiple plans.
Now, in particular, I've heard you mention more than a few times tonight, right? You mentioned a cultural continuity and a spiritual continuity back to the African continent, right? When I encounter people who are far beyond I am as far as my African identity, African continuity, and spirituality, I see people who are even less focused on economics. It's almost as if they focus on it so much that they neglect some of these, maybe even some of these new opportunities that we've gotten through civil rights bills and other things like that. And they are culturally connected. They you see them wear the garb, you see them some practicing the culture, but they do leave out that key aspect of how to fund whatever these particular agendas are, right?
Yeah.
And then when you're talking about funding them, it kind of seems as though you run into a contradiction, right? Because once you talking about funding them, now you're talking about including your money or including the global economy in what you're talking about. So it's like you want to get away from imperialism, but in some degree you need to incorporate grants and maybe even money produced from imperialism.
Malcolm said that you fight your war by any means necessary.
Okay.
And don't confuse imperialism with Pan-Africanism or with Black economic system. You can organize imperialism mean I'm going to exploit you. I don't have to exploit you to make a reasonable deal with you. I can come to Ghana or to Zambia or someplace that says, okay, we're interested in your copper mine. And we have a consortium of 50 brothers and sisters who have the capital to invest in that copper mine. All right. So that we can have that return coming back to our bank in New York. I don't have to go there and take their copper. I pay them a reasonable price for their copper. The problem with imperialism, they're going to come in and say, I'm going to take the copper and I'm going to pay 2 niggas. Y'all help me take the copper. I'm going to kill y'all. That ain't what I'm talking about.
Right.
I'm saying, how can me and these other young men and women, well, I'm on 80 years old in a few months, so I'm not going to be around a long time more. But for you young people, y'all got to travel around and see, what do I see? What am I hearing? You're going to find the ignorant and the buffoon. You're going to find the coon and the jigaboo all in Africa. Just like you find the coon and the jigaboo here. But we ain't looking to work with the coon and the jigaboo. We looking to find the conscious people, brothers and sisters, that want what we want. And then sit down, but we still realize even we have differences. Like you were saying, the brother and sister wearing the garb, talking the culture, but they ain't got a clue how to put an economic piece together. But then, okay, how do we help him? We want to learn what he knows. He needs to learn what we know. How do we find a bond there? Because we need both things.
We do need both things. I say that is exactly what I say. Is that we do need both sides of it. The problem is probably so layered and so many aspects to it that you probably do need to attack it from all sorts of different angles.
But you're doing it right now with this show.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying diminishing your efforts or mine or anyone else's that is, I guess purely having good intentions with trying to attack this. So I definitely get that. But what I'm saying is when I encounter those people, they have a particular ideological conflict, right? They usually respond with something that says that capitalism is bad, right? So when I try to encourage them to use or start having conversations about funding their agenda, I have to run into something that they're in conflict with because they assume money is the white man. They assume in order for you to get a grant,
we understand that. How do we get them past that? That's what, because if you don't, you will never be successful because you can't be successful without them. And so how do we get them past that? Now, everybody, this body, I got a left arm, I got a right arm, I got a left leg and a right leg, I got a torso. And all these pieces make up the body. None of them do the same thing. And I can't do with my left hand what I can do with my right as much as they look the same. So how do I give them a way to work together on a common goal, which is the me as a functional instrument, without them having to stop being who they are? As long as who they are don't compromise the me. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So we know we live in a capitalist society. Socialism ain't gonna work in America. Okay, we know that. But there are ways to use capitalism so you do not exploit poor, helpless people. And so when I say capitalism, I'm talking about the exploitation of other human beings unnecessarily.
Right.
Okay. If we're talking about competition, you're going to have competition in the marketplace no matter when in history or where in history. So now how do we carry on marketplace competition around resources without exploiting the people, the very people we're trying to help? We know that ignorance is one of our biggest enemy right now.
Mm-hmm.
And ignorance has caused some of the greatest damage. So how do we enlighten? That's why you always hear me talk about history. I know history isn't the et al, but at least it gives us some level ground. We can look and say, we can rule this stuff out. We can rule this stuff out. We need to bring this stuff in. We need to remember this, but we don't need that. Well, you're not going to even make those decisions unless you got the information. History gave us an information to tell us how Black Wall Street was built in Tulsa, how Black Wall Street was built in Durham, how Black Wall Street was built in Wilmington, how Black Wall Street was built in Richmond. How did Margaret Walker build that bank in Richmond that thrived through the Depression? That's what history is going to teach us. Now, we're not going to be able to use all the tools they use, but I'm certainly going to find some tools that's going to be helpful to what we're trying to do right now.
Can
People
you
put down Mr. Booker Washington? But the man left us Tuskegee, for God's sake. Okay, you can't just put that down.
Mhm.
But then if you look at the other works he did around communication, newspaper, magazines, industry and work, long before Garvey got here, and then he brought Garvey here. Okay, so let's study what did Mr. Booker Washington leave us as a legacy that we could use, And I think, he's just one. We know we got so many more whose names we don't even know, like the brother who built the first skyscraper in Chicago, sister. We talk about the sister who did the hair, C.J. Walker, but the sister who taught her, who built Poro College, and it was the first one to have an exhibition at the World Fair. I mean, so there's so many history will give us that we can learn from these different African Americans who did the very things we said we're trying to do. But what we have to also learn is that there was an enemy that tried to destroy every financial work that they did, tried to destroy every bank we started, tried to destroy every credit union we founded. And the way they did that shit is after the crash in the 1920s, they came up with all these laws and that you'd have to that you had to qualify for to open a credit union, to open a bank. And now they can keep you from even starting a bank unless you got this much money, unless you got this much indemnity. So they created that to knock us out of the arena. But we can still beat them because we spent $1.6 trillion last year. What kind of arrangement? Claude Anderson told us that we need to aggregate that money. So how do we aggregate? That's what you young minds with all your technology got to figure out how to do. How do we get people to redirect at least a good portion of that money into investment projects in Black America that can employ people, but at the same time can bring a return on the dollar because people are going to invest their money on charity, right? So you got to figure out this is where capitalism comes into play as an instrument. How do we get this money to work for us that we are throwing away to these other people every week? We're obviously making it because we spent it. So those are some of the questions we've got to ask. That nationalism don't mean wearing a beret or wearing a red, black, and green patch. I just love my red, black, and green patch. I got a red, black, and green flag on my window over there. But that's only going to do certain things for my consciousness.
How would you reconcile the connection with attempting to use some of these resources with the idea of self-reliance? Because that seems to be a big point of contention. Again, another layer of kind of like why
people don't understand what they're saying when they say self-reliant.
Okay.
If you live in a society with multiple other ethnic nations, all of them relying on self-reliance. You say the Chinese is not self-reliant and the Japanese is not self-reliant, yet they're a part of the larger capitalist society because that's how money works. If you live in America, you're going to have to be a part of this. But you could be a part of this without being a criminal element to your own kind. That's my only point I make clear. And self-reliant means simply that I will put myself, meaning my group, first. If I get $10 before I split any with you over there, I got to take care of the needs over here. And then what's left over, we can make some other kind of business arrangements. But that comes through dialogue. That comes with the kinds of empathy to understand that ignorance is rampant, even in the minds of some of the best of us who are trying to do the greatest good. How do we get people to sit down and just listen and say, okay, let's just talk a while? And we realize we're not saying dissimilar things. We're saying it different ways. Now let's study our environment. What's the best way to make the stuff work in the United States of America? Because this is where we live. And no matter how many of us go back to Africa, 90% of us ain't never leaving North America. Okay? So how do we make this work? We need those ones who need to go back to Africa. Go. We need you there on the ground. We need you to learn the culture there and understand how things work there. So when we come to do work there, we got an ambassador. But 90% of us ain't never leaving America. But that don't keep you from being African, because you're not going to leave America. My mama ain't never left America. My mom was the most African woman I know. My big brother, who's back me and helped me all these years, he said, Jane, I ain't going to Africa. But if I want to go tomorrow and I call and say, Andrew, I need a certain amount of grand, it'll be in my account in the morning, because he understands what his brother's doing. But he ain't going, you know. He's the most African brother you've ever seen. He worked with the Black Panther Party, did other things I dare not talk about, you know what I'm saying? He's 88 now, but he's a young, strong 88, and live up in the mountains in California. But he's not going to the continent. He hasn't made that clear to his little brother. He'll help me do anything I got to do over there. He's done all these years. And he will do anything over here that have to be done. And he understands that. And I think what we've got to understand, being Africans don't mean everybody going to jump on Delta tomorrow and fly to Lagos or someplace. I don't even like Lagos, you know. I mean, I like Cape Coast and Ghana because it's a little country town. I grew up in a country town. I don't care nothing about the capital of Ghana. It's just another big city to me.
Right.
Know? And so I'm a country person. I live in a little town right now north of New York City. You know, I lived in Harlem for 40 years, but I personally lived in my house and on my block because I'm used to that small. I come from that space, right? But I don't see a contradiction in nationalism, Pan-Africanism, foundational Black American, or Pan-Africanism. They're different things. They're different tools. They're different concepts that do different things. And we need all those things done. But one can't dominate and control the other because they don't belong in each other's space. We use the different pieces to do the thing for our greater people. We are the indigenous people everywhere on the planet Earth. We are in Australia. We were in Vietnam. We were in Cambodia. We were in China. We were in Central South America, Mexico, all those Caribbean islands, and in the United States or North America and Canada. We were the first ones here. Nobody can change that. But I'll ask you the question like you asked about Katrina. What does that mean if we can't make it work economically, politically, and culturally?
It certainly doesn't translate to power at that point.
No. And so the where it helps us in power is the dialogue, so we can learn that the ignorance that the defeat of the warfare we've been into has imposed upon us shouldn't be the basis for which we build relationships. Just try to get past the ignorance. Let people who don't come from here learn who we are. And let us who are from here learn who they are. And we teach them about ourselves and they teach us about themselves. We are natural racial allies. Though we are culturally different, politically different, and ethnically different, racially, we should be the natural ally. And we sit on the greatest wealth on the planet Earth. I'm not willing to give that to white folks. I'm not willing to give that to the Chinese. I'm sorry. I want that for Black people worldwide. And I mean, there must be a partnership with the African Caribbean, the African Latino, the African North American, and the African on that continent. And we, like I said, your generation, that falls more on you than on me now, because I'm the light passing out. You're coming in trying to figure this thing out, right, how to make it work for you. And I'm saying my best advice is to look at all of the elements, Pan-Africanism. How can that be used to help us to the freedom, economically, politically, and culturally? Nationalism, how can that be used? All right. Our racial identity, how does that get used? These are all different pieces of who we are. But where do they belong in the puzzle that makes it up? And that's what has to be figured out.
Yes. Now, in terms of figuring it out, it seems as though, to me, most of the people that I talk to that are basically students of yours, right? And maybe not direct students, but they certainly hold you in a very high regard. A lot of those people, I agree with some of the things that they say, but usually when it comes to actually how to get it done is where it seems to kind of get a little rocky as far as what they're talking about. So, if we're not necessarily talking about, you mentioned something earlier about you got to clean up home first, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're cleaning up home first, it makes a lot of sense. I can't see anybody thinking that would be, a bad approach to let's fix this, and then once we get straight, then we can branch out to the Caribbean, branch out to Africa with what's left over, right? At least at that point, I have something to bring to the table when I approach those other places. But it seems to be like a bit of a distraction because it's laid out as if Africa is the priority, right? So if I don't get Africa together, we can't get together here in the United States, is what I hear a lot of people actually saying. And
Well, it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit.
Well, I'm saying that that's been organized. It seems to come from Pan-Africanism that's where the priorities are.
No, well, Pan-Africanist becomes the easy target for people to beat up on because nobody even used the word 10 years ago. But now people want to be, we've always rejected things African, whatever its label was. Years ago, Islam was considered to be African, and that was rejected, not because anybody knew anything about Islam, but because it symbolized Africa. Pan-Africanism in your generation symbolized Africa, and people are fighting against it. And because in every generation, and I'm living through two, the anti-African hate that white racism has put in us have not been removed. And we want to act like we're some healed people. We're not healed. We're not fixed. We're the same slave. And what I'm saying, history has allowed us to break different pieces of that slave chain off of us. We don't have the same chain we had on in my papa days. I mean, your generation may now just have the chain hanging on your shoulder as it's falling to the ground. Whereas mine we still had to pull it away from our heads. But those are the things that I call post-slavery trauma syndrome. How do we remove those things? You've got to build Black America because we are the wealthiest single African population in the world, potentially. But we have not organized our wealth. There's not a single African country with all the wealth in the ground that they have that have at their disposal $1.6 trillion. But the African American does. But what we don't have is an aggregation of that disposable capital. So we've got to figure out how do we work that shit out? How do we work that out? Because we can't even think about investing in Africa and its economy and its development unless we organize the money we got that'll end up being the investment product.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the problem we're faced with, we got to almost do both at the same time. But you got to give priority to where you are. Because you can't say, I'm going to help my brother build his house and your house just fell down on your wife's head. So you got to make sure that structurally my house is sound, and I can show my brother how to build a sound house of his own. But in the meantime, while I'm building my house, I may have to loan him some nails. I may have to loan him a board or two. I may have to tell one of the kids, take the saw over to your uncle's house, but I got to finish building my house. And so we're doing it both at the same time. You're just prioritizing what is the first step in the goal. You got to have goals and you got to have steps. African American, we are the third largest. I think Brazil, Nigeria is the largest Black population in any single nation in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And when we think of geopolitical nations of today, Brazil is the second and we are the third. You know how powerful that makes us? Now, we have more disposable capital to spend than Brazil and Nigeria combined. But do we realize that? And can we organize that capital? to begin to build industry, get control of economic politics and culture where we live, get control of land, labor, and resources where we live, whether it's in the city or in the rural areas. That's what our priority got to be in Black America. But we can't reach that unless we help with the identity questions. So that's part of the what they call it, the oxymoron.
Mm-hmm.
How do we let people know, yes, you're a foundational Black American. Your people been here. We don't even know when we got here. You understand?
Let's stay right there on that point that you mentioned right there, right? Because you mentioned right before that it's the new wave's job to help reorganize what's important in 2025 from Pan-Africanism, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm at the way I strategically see it. You would have to change so much about Pan-Africanism that you probably wouldn't be able to distinguish it as Pan-Africanism anymore. You would still label it under activism, obviously, but as far as those particular tenets, I see people becoming more distracted away from the things that we can use moving forward. They are adverse to capitalism. They are adverse to competing, right?
Some people are.
It's like it kind of promotes. Remember, we were talking about the Black Wall Street, right? And you can study how to erect a Black Wall Street is very important, right? That's where history is super important. But it's almost as if it promotes people to focus on Black Wall Street being burned down rather than attempting to resurrect another Black Wall Street,
because,
right?
Because you don't understand history.
Okay.
See? That's where history comes in. Black Wall Street was burned down and they rebuilt it better than before. How many people talk about that? They rebuilt Tulsa, Oklahoma, Greenwood better than it was before it was burnt down. No one talks about that. I've been out there multiple times, but long before President Biden was going out there, marching in the streets with those people. You know what killed Black Wall Street?
What's that?
The people, integration.
Okay.
That's what killed most Black communities. Because we went into an ideology that our enemy was pushing. Black people were fighting for desegregation. A Marxist, liberal, left wing, I'm not going to call their name and get you in trouble with your show, friends came up with integration. And what integration means is to move the capital away from Black businesses to white businesses, which led to the rapid decline of Black businesses across the country. Our people's hope was white businesses will expand access to capital to Black businesses. Never happened. White banks never did that.
Mm-hmm.
White people would come and spend in Black businesses like we're spending in white people. White people never did that. And within a decade, there was this massive economic decline in the Black community.
Okay.
And so that was a big mistake, and a mistake we must learn from history.
We in a really, really good spot right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So not long ago, we were talking about how you can use capitalism as a tool, right? Mm-hmm. And then when we get into maybe this not maybe, but when we get into our Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, you see capitalism being, you see integration as being the problem, right? So how do you incorporate this potential thing that could fund your agenda, right, and separate it from what could destroy your agenda? Because it kind of in both scenarios it served two different roles. Yeah. In one it was used. It's going to be used to help bring new ideas and help fund the movement.
But it never did. Integration never worked. It never happened. Okay. It was an illusion, and it was a spoof.
Right. So if it does not work, how do you justify using money from integration to help your agenda?
No, but we didn't have to use money. But we didn't use money from integration to build the Black Wall Street. Why did we have to disband it, then go looking for money to rebuild it?
No.
The mistake we made was not to go with an identity of our own. The Jews did not abandon their identity. The Chinese did not abandon their identity. The Japanese did not abandon their identity. The Irish did not abandon their identity. We were the only group that abandoned our identity to integrate into someone else's identity, which had nothing to do with economics. That it might have with the lie that was told. And some of us fell for that lie. And even if we didn't fall for the lie, what we thought would happen never happened. We went and said, we will shop with you. They never came and said, we will shop with you. So we know that we live in a racially stratified society. And we have to understand that and stop disbanding ourselves as a race. Trump got into office. If you ask people right now, how did Trump get in office? That's the white people vote for him. That's not true. Because white people voted almost as much for forgot the lady's name.
Kamala Harris.
Miss Harris. All right. How Trump got in office is that he got 90% to 95% of all the German votes in America. How many people know that? They don't. How many people know that German is the largest white ethnic group in America? Most people don't, because we look at white as just white. No, it's not like that. It's not how it's stratified economic. The Jews got their own economic thing here. Irish got their own economic thing here. Indian got their own economic thing here. Arab got their own economic thing here. German got their own economic thing here. Where is our economic thing? You have to make sure your identity is clear. That's where history comes in. Labeling is good. We've had plenty labeled. None of them have made a difference about our behavior.
Well, once we actually come up with what that economic thing is, do we give ourselves less of an opportunity to grow and maintain and sustain it by saying that we're not going to incorporate other groups into whatever?
No, I didn't say nothing about that. Whenever we talk black, I'm gonna beat you up on that one. Whenever black, this happened in Malcolm. Whenever we talk about black people being black, we have to wobble. Well, I don't give a frig if we exclude every white Asian in the world, but you can't live in a world and exclude anybody. You have to have alliances with everybody. But before I could even think about an alliance with the person who put the rope around my neck and raped my grandmama, I got to think of an alliance with my mother and father I left back on that continent. And if I can struggle with that, certainly I can struggle with this. There are white people in America who work with us like this today, and they've always been. There were white people who fought with us in slavery and died on our side. There are white folks who worked with us in business and married with us throughout that whole enslavement process. Not just one or two either, but the machine that makes up that control their ethnic group has nothing to do with those individuals' decisions. You know what I'm saying? Okay. There is a Dr. Jeffries had a word for it. They have a center. They have a core place that said this core is German economically. This core is Jewish. This core is Chinese. That's why they can have Chinatown, but they're still living all the rest of the communities in America. But Chinatown is where the core of this thing works. That's where the economic thing is kept balanced. And so we had, even though we had those Black Wall Streets, we lived all over America, but those was our core. Somebody found out how to dismantle our core. We have to figure out, how do we rebuild these cores, and where do we rebuild them? Around what do we rebuild them? And how do we rebuild them? We know we got the skills, the new young people. We know we got the wealth, $1.6 trillion. We know we got the technology, because this generation of yours is the most highly technical generation Black has ever produced. You're the smartest generation we've ever had. But you can't do it without an identity. And don't confuse some guy wearing an African robe with a Pan-Africanist. Most people that do African culture are not Pan-Africanists. Pan-Africanism has nothing to do with culture. Pan-Africanism is not an organization.
Okay.
Pan-Africanism simply means we will find ways to unite as a race. That's all Pan means, unity. How do we find instruments to unite the race? One instrument is not going to do it. There could be multiple instruments, but those instruments will be under the umbrella of Pan-Africanism, unite African people. Let's throw the Pan out and just put unity in its place. Would you then have a problem with it? United African people.
You know what? I wouldn't necessarily frame it like that. I wouldn't say that I have a problem with it. I would say
I don't
that
mean you necessarily, but there are plenty of people I talk to who have serious problems because they talk about Pan-Africanism like that's an organization of people, and it's never been such a thing. And they think that those who wear cultural clothing from different African cultures somehow are Pan-Africanists. Most of them are not. Most people are Muslims, but not even Africanists, and that's the largest non-Christian group in the country that you will see visually. So, you know. Yes, Sam.
Yeah, so I just wanted to speak to the point real quick. So I think I might have lost my spot there. So it's okay. So I guess what I wanted to be able to speak to was let's say unity to me, it seems like the most difficult first step possible. And it is to me to hinge all other successes upon our ability to unite. It to me, I think that overcomplicates it.
If you don't unite, you ain't gonna have no other successes. We are not united
Hear
now.
me-
We
hear
spend
me out.
$1.6 trillion.
Hear me
What's
out.
that?
We were comfortable just a minute ago mentioning that we do have some allies that aren't necessarily in our ethnic group. In the way I see it happening, you're far better off aligning yourself with people who share ideas with you rather than share just an ethnic or genetic affinity, right? Us coming together simply because we are the same skin tone seems to be a little bit
No, I'm gonna stop you. Race has nothing to do with skin tone.
okay.
Has nothing to do with
Even
skin tone.
genetic
Skin
affinity.
tone goes from the blackest shirt you got on to the whitest skin, the African race.
Uh-huh.
So this has nothing to do with skin tone. That's one of those demeaning kind of ways of looking. When Africans talk, we reduce race to skin tone. We don't do that with Asians. We know they got a culture there, a value system, a history, and all kinds of things that make that race the race. When we talk about race, we try to do with color. Black folks, you'll never find black folks through the history we've been in this country objected to working with white folks. We've worked with white folks as long as we've been here. We haven't had, that has not been an issue. Working with white folks have not stopped anything, or not working with them have not stopped anything. What is stopping us is the ability to work with one another. If you can take all the white folks of goodwill in America, they cannot bring you the wealth that Africa can bring you. And white America and Jewish America is not going to share their wealth with you. And their wealth, guess where it comes from? From those mines in Africa. Okay? And so, yes, you're going to have white allies, you're going to have Chinese allies, you're going to have Japanese allies, you're going to have some Russian allies,
Mm-hmm.
you know, economically, I mean, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And capitalism, you live in America and this is capitalism, you got to use the capitalist system. And you can use the capitalist system without exploiting and murdering and destroying other people. If we can be clear on that. Pan-Africanism
I'm actually really happy.
Anti-Africanism, and I'm gonna call it out for what it has been. Not from you. I don't know you long enough to say that about you, but most people I've heard talk about Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism has become a target for Black anti-Africanism and self-hate. The same self-hate we saw in the 50s and the 60s and the 30s, except it's got a new term now. It's term Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism haven't run anything in America. Where have we? Show me where we've gotten. Pan-Africanism haven't been in charge of nothing. Ain't in charge of nothing now. As an instrument, doesn't have the potential to be in charge of anything because that's not what it does. So it hasn't hindered anything. What has hindered the progress?
Are you asking me? I'd actually like to bounce that back and forth right quick, right? So that same thing that seems to be the biggest priority, the organization, the coming together under one agenda, right? And that's top down. Now that certainly wouldn't be something that the new generation would be responsible for, because we're talking about almost 100 years of that particular. They haven't been able to come together.
No, we're talking about longer than that. Because when we came here, we didn't come from one place in Africa. We didn't speak one language. We didn't practice one religion. We came from all over the continent. We couldn't even speak to each other until we came up with our Creoles and our Pidgin to speak this language. We came from all over, and then we had to find a way to unite, which we did do to survive. But remember, all the while that we're trying to survive and thrive, there's another force fighting against us. And the force is studying us to find a way to hit them. Don't hit them on the leg, hit them on the shoulder. Don't hit them on the shoulder, hit them in the head. We have to use history to figure out what are those forces, how have they stopped us, where have we made the mistakes, And how do we correct them as we come up with a new plan?
Mm-hmm.
And that's really all I'm saying.
And
And I think that's kind of like what you're saying too. So there ain't that much difference in what we're saying.
we're not saying too much different. We're not. So you say history, right? Would you say like that? That's something that I would say that I know for a fact there's a personal contention there for me, right? Not necessarily between you, but most of the people I talk to. They focus a lot on ancient history. I know, you guys used to mention Egypt a lot. We still, you guys still mention
we can't mention Egypt enough. Well, we not only mentioned Egypt, we talked about all of Africa. We talked about all of the great inventors in North America. We talked about all of the rebellions in North America. We didn't just mention or talk about Egypt. You got to read the book.
No, I didn't say I just did, but there's a big emphasis on Egypt, right? There's a definitely
because since this new technology, which brings us so many imagery and stuff. We didn't have this technology when I was out there. We just had the book. So now you got another way of seeing things quickly and in more abundance. And Egypt certainly leaves more things to photograph, than other places.
It does leave a big mental impression on you, right? There's a lot there to be in love with. I get that. So what I'm saying, as far as the Black Power context, I feel like our situation socially, politically, economically is so unique. I'm not sure if there's anything at all I can extract from Egypt that helps me in those particular categories. Now I understand that
maybe you need to study it, and it'll shock you.
Idea. I did study it. That's how I got here. I'm pretty familiar with Egypt.
If you're close with Ankh, you got to be pretty familiar with.
I'm pretty familiar with Egypt. Now I'm not gonna, that's not. Well, certainly not somewhere where I feel like I'm lacking. Right? I might lack on some other things moving.
The only thing Egypt got that's fundamentally different from any other parts of Africa is the amount of written material it left us. The amount of things that's put in written literature that survived. From pyramid texts coming forward and multiple other texts. The Book of the Dead isn't the only text. Pyramid text isn't the only text. There's thousands of other texts dealing with everything from how to be a good husband, how to be a good citizen, how to make money. All of these things are there. You can learn from anything, any society. Egypt was a successful economic venture. What caused that economic venture to exist? What caused it to fall? Kerma was an economic venture. Kush was an economic venture.
It kind of seems
like an economic venture. All of them were extraordinary economic ventures. All of them fell. History lets you understand why they fell. It'll not just tell you how they came about, but also tell you what caused them to fall. Okay? And for the other thing that rose out of the dust of it, what allowed them to rise? But there's no way you could convince me having a relationship with white folks who want to be good people to you. It beats having the right relationship with black folks. Because I might have to come here and take you home with me.
No, I'm definitely not saying that, right? So what I was trying to get to was, with as much in Egypt as there is to fall in love with, right? When it comes to connecting Egypt to our problems today, I think that they're way too far apart. And I personally think that our identity today is tied to our predicament, which is unprecedented throughout history. I feel like we're experiencing a unique form of oppression. We're in a unique form of the government being in our way as far as how do we climb the ranks here in America. So what I would say to that, my personal feelings would be, studying Egypt will never lead me to studying America in a way that allows me to look at other people groups such as the Chinese, such as their cultural enclaves and their Chinatowns is as an example that we can use today to better our situation, right?
Chinatown is tied to the ancient history, the ancient culture, the ancient tradition, the ancient philosophies, the ancient belief, and the ancient understanding. They are not a people are separate from that. What makes them extraordinary is exactly that. That don't mean you don't come into modernity. You don't go to visit your grandparents and you leave your Mercedes at somebody else's house, and you pawn your house till you get back home. And no, you go back. I go back home to the plantation, to the rural country, to see my people. They know what I've done since I've left there. They know that what I learned from there and took with me helped me to get where I was. It didn't hinder me, but it didn't give me all of what I need. It gave me some of what I needed. And that's what Kemet is. Kemet give you some of what you need, but you got to take that to the next level. I also got to study what happened on the plantation in New Orleans, in Mississippi, in South Carolina. I have to understand what happened in the Black church. How come during the period from slavery to say 1940, we were so successful with the Black church being the primary tool we had. Then I have to realize it wasn't just the Black church, it was the Prince Hall Masons behind the Black church. And then I have to look at the educational building, how many schools we opened between 1865 and 1935, right? And what was the impact of the opening of those schools? And though white people put up money for those colleges, they were run by Black folks, the HBCUs. How many of those we opened up in a certain period of time? And what was the impact of all of that? When we study history, we got to look at all of that stuff. Because some of them may have done well before and is not doing as well now. How do we turn it around? Or some of it may be useless now. How do we let it go? The same for anything you look at when you're looking at history. But your goals have to be clear. Because if you think the white man in America is not capable of killing 40 million Black people overnight if he could, then you're wrong. And if you don't build some kind of strength outside of this country that can help you get some protection if that shit does come, as I see some of it coming your way, I'll be gone. But this whole thing of ID card, now everybody got to get this specific driver's license now. You got to get the specific passport because they've got the chip in there that's going to identify everybody. This is the same thing the Nazi German did in a less technocratic way when they were setting up the Jews, you know? And we're sitting here not even understanding we're being set up. And so we've got to figure out if they try to make such a move, are we in position to hurt them in other places and in other ways? You know, that don't negate who you are. We are 40 plus, maybe 50 to 60 million people. Most of us will never leave this country. We built this country. We gave it this technology, but the people who are using it don't give a damn. We have to give a damn. But we can't give a damn without understanding where the death threat has come from historically and where the death threats will come from in the future, our generation. And it isn't a question of Pan-Africanism or nationalism. Those are trivial things. Pan-Africanism, throw Pan-Africanism out, say African unity. But if you don't say African unity because Black folks in North America want to say, well, I'm from a different race, show me the genesis of your race. Where did your race start? What is its genesis? You know, well, stop being foolish. I'm not meaning you, my brother. I'm talking about some of the people. You be surprised on the people call me on my own phone and beat up over this. I'm like, okay, I'm the eldest. I got to indulge the whipping, and then wait till I get a chance. But all the questions you raise are the important questions of the day. Because if we don't answer those questions you raise in the right way, we're not going to be able to get up from under this mess. And right now, while they're having a white race war, that's what's going on in America right now, we need to move ourselves out the way and try to do exactly what you're saying. How do we build our economic thing here? Right now, we got 4 years where they're not paying. They're doing some stuff. They could take all the shit out the museum they want. I don't care. All right? Most of us don't go to the damn museum anyway. We need to stop playing. And right. They took the stuff out of the Pentagon site. How many Black folks ever been to the Pentagon site?
Right.
We didn't even know. I didn't even know the Pentagon had no site on African Americans. So we need to leave that foolishness alone. How can we create a way to bring food, clothing, shelter into our community, coming from the wholesale and retail businesses that we start in our community, coming from getting control of the economic instruments or building new ones in our community? We got a little breathing room right now because they're fighting one another. That's a family feud going on there. Let's not get in the way because we're going to get chopped up in the meat grind. Let them chop each other up. I don't quite know the core of what they're fighting. I know some of it. But I know right now they're making it look like it's us, but it's like that DEI thing. We at the bottom of that round. White women were first, white men were second, Asians were third, Latinos were third, Asians were fourth, and black people were fifth at the bottom of DEI opportunities. So
Right.
it doesn't even affect us. If they take away all the DEI in America, it wouldn't make no dang gone difference whether we're going to make it or not.
Right.
We'll let them do it. Let's try to figure out how we're going to put together our monies and open businesses and open training facilities and put together, what do you call it, apprenticeship programs. You know, when my toilet was stuffed up last week and I made a phone call, no African Americans came. Of the 3 ethnic groups that came, none was my people. Yet every house in America needs a plumber. Every house in America needs a roofer. Every house in America needs an electrician. Every house in America needs a painter. We used to do all of those skills. And yet we got kids standing on the corner of the street because they don't know how to move a paintbrush back and forth. They don't know how to turn a wrench or to sweat a pipe. Okay? And so we got work to do. And we got to come up with some strategies on how to organize, starting at the most local level and then branching out. And some young people started that term, all politics is local. And I got it. When I first heard it, like a few years ago, but they were right. It is local. How do I start at my most local level? How do I say, I'm not going to say I'm crying because somebody wants to teach Black studies in my school if I've never been to a PTA meeting. I think that's my mouth. And I know when I was going to PTA meeting when my children were in school, I don't think there was 3 other brothers showing up in all those years. You know, so we need to change what we're doing if we want what we say we want. We need to be in the school board meeting. We need to be in the PTA meeting. We need to say, oh, somebody gonna run for city council? I'm like, okay, Brother Logic, we want you to run. I'm not gonna send me the Democratic Party blackface John Blow. All right? We're gonna run Logic because we know Logic thinks like us, feel like us, want our children, what we want. So Democratic Party, get out the way, or you give them the Democratic label, and that's what we're gonna run. But we can't get there. We can't get there unless we learn how to use the system to our advantage. And that's what everyone else is doing. People just stepping off the boat and they're mastering the system that we've been in for years.
We in total agreement right there. You know, that's absolutely what my mind says, is that we need to start producing more of those people. We need more people in city council meetings, more people that are in positions doing the hirings, definitely producing more politicians, more executives, and that way we're not so directly affected by what we can get from other people. At that point, we are at least in control of who we hire, what we pay them.
If we do those things that you're saying right now, we win. Because that's where we're losing. Even when we elect a Black person to the office, it isn't the person that me and you chose. It's the same person from the other community that been doing all along. He comes to choose one of ours that he's got control of, instead of us being. And so if we're in those meetings, because I helped to open 2 Democratic clubs in New York, and I've once merged my club with Charlie Rangel's club because mine got so powerful. Not just me by myself, you know, other brothers and sisters along with me. And so I understand that you've got to control local politics. But you can't control it if you don't learn the laws, how to get somebody on a ballot. What's the election laws there? How to do a petitioning. Most people don't even know you got to do petition. And you got to fold the petition exactly right. You can't fold it wrong because they'll throw you sit out. You got to make sure the person signed their name in a certain way. All those little things. But that's part of how you organize your nationalist base. Nationalism is what everybody's doing except us. Nationalism is not a dress, it's not a look, it's a behavior.
Okay. I'm with you on that. Are you okay to go a little bit more?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's one more quick commercial. Go ahead.
DQ Hampton. From Waco to the world, Quanboy EP is the raw, unapologetic soundtrack of a country boy turned city king. DQ Hampton blends Southern grit with East Coast wit, delivering a project that reflects his hustle, his risks, and his relentless ambition. This EP isn't just music, it's a statement. With hard-hitting beats, intricate wordplay, and a vibe that moves from smoked-out introspection to high-energy motivation. Quanboy EP takes you on a journey through DQ's life, where every bar is a lesson and every hook is a moment. From the deep bass lines that shake the block to smooth melodic storytelling, this project showcases why DQ Hampton is a force in the game. No gimmicks, just real music for real ones. Whether you're chasing paper, zoning out, or grinding in silence, Quanboy EP is here to set the tone. Welcome to the next chapter. Welcome to Quanboy.
Want to grow your brand? Advertise with Trimedia. Reach thousands on YouTube, social media, and more. Targeted, effective, affordable. Contact Trimedia today and get noticed where it matters.
Man, thank y'all for hanging in there. I've actually been enjoying this conversation a lot. I can tell you're enjoying it too. This is catching you off guard. I'm glad that this isn't contentious for you. Actually, I'm very glad about that, because I was, in my mind, I wanted to be as respectful. Like I said, I love the agenda. I think the cause is super noble and necessary. So how do I approach it with the delicacy and the respect that it deserves, right? I wouldn't ever try to put together a presentation necessary to like attack Pan-Africanism. But I think if Pan-Africanism is what we all assume it to be, it should stand up to scrutiny.
But it's not an ism. Then you making the same mistake. It's a concept of unity. Has nothing to do with, has no ideology.
Okay. It's not an ideology?
It's not an ideology. It never had an ideology.
Okay.
It is the concept of unity. People who were Pan-Africanists were Muslims, Christians, socialists, capitalists. Those are the people who started this Pan-African. They were from all those dendrils. Pan-Africanism simply means, how do we unite all these different African people from all these different places, all these different ideologies, all these different religions, that have a common interest economically, politically, and culturally. Same thing we do at the local level that we call Black nationalism. How do I unite Watts, Harlem, Frisco, Chi-Town, Miami, so that our economic thing could be flowing all around America, right? Mm-hmm. Just like other ethnic groups are doing. Though we have different. In the South, we got the deep Christian people. In the West Coast, we may have people who are a little less in a whole nother kind of rhythm. In the Northeast, we got another kind of people in the Midwest. But we can come together around things economic, and we can open businesses, we can set up banks, and we can set up credit unions, all right? We can set up apprenticeship programs to train. Everybody ain't going to college. So that's where the apprenticeship programs come in. How do we teach this guy? Yeah, you want to get with that little girl you with? You want to have some babies with that girl? You got to provide some food, clothing, and shelter for them. Mm-hmm. And you ain't going to college because you didn't do that in high school. Come here, we got an apprenticeship program for you. Where you're going to learn how to use your hands and your brain to bring capital in that household so you can give those kids an opportunity at life. That's what we're talking about. And so we're talking about like trying to have as much unity as possible based on race, because that's how the whole world is working. We're the only one that ain't working without unity based on race. We get the degree, we get the money, and then we go mix them with the other groups. But the other group is mixing with themselves. So all we do is strengthen them. I was doing a study the other day of some of the 10 richest Black communities in America. And I was looking at two big communities, Prince George's down there in Maryland. There's 2 or 3 in Los Angeles. And in California, you got one outside of Chicago or 2 outside of Chicago. You got one up in Boston. You got 2 or 3 here in the state of New York. I'm from a community where 60% of the population or more is black, and the medium income is 100,000 or more a year. You got plenty of them, millions of people like that. But nobody talks about those communities or those people. But then we need to ask the question, are those people thinking nationalist? Are those people thinking unity? Or are they thinking individually? Well, you can't win a game operating with an ideology of individualism if everybody else is operating around group interests. Because all you're going to do is become a member of the other group, because they definitely operate around their group interests. So you can come and work with them and be with them and hang with them and party with them and live with them, but you'll always go back as an individual and never have a group. You won't have good group security or group protection or anything as the other groups do. And that's the part we weren't allowed during slavery to have. And even after slavery, that's what all the terrorism was about. Don't let them become a group. Don't let them organize as Black Americans. Don't let them, that's what the whole Klan thing was about. That was the Confederate Army making sure we could not build a world for ourselves in the South, you know. And the North and the South was always together. All the North was, for economic reasons, they didn't want to lose the South, because they would have lost a lot of economic investment. But the North didn't care what the South did to Black people, you know. So that Hayes Compromise was just a joke, where we could see dramatized the betrayal. Matter of fact, there's a good book out of it. It's called Complicity. Let's do that. Complicity. A guy named, someone named Ann Farrell. The book is called Complicity, and it deals with the Southern, the white Northern interests in the survival of the white Southern power after slavery. So Black people would not gain the economic strength they would need to challenge white power in America economically. And we're still fighting that same thing today. Your voice.
Yeah, the fight's always going to be there as long as there's competition, right? And then when there's competition, I think unfortunately you're going to find characters who don't color within the lines.
That's true.
You're right, and that's going to be on both sides of it, right? So, a quick thought experiment. Did you have a lot of brothers and sisters growing up?
Oh yeah, it was 12.
You did. How many times, if ever, did y'all parents maybe say, "Hey, what do y'all want to eat tonight?" and everybody had the exact same response?
I don't. Well, we didn't get too many opportunities to see.
To say what you wanted.
The few times they probably did ask, there'd always be somebody who wants something different.
Exactly, right. And y'all are from the same loins, from the same lineage, growing up in the same house, couldn't be closer affiliated with each other as far as on a regular basis. And those small disagreements are what make y'all individuals, right? Like not disagreements, but those preferences are kind of what makes y'all individuals. So I see the goal of this large collection that difficult to make happen, right? The fact that people are kind of just naturally lean in their different directions. And I'm not saying you do this, but we mentioned things like coons earlier, right? Are coons just simply people who have different political leanings as Pan-Africans, or
people throw those words around? I mean, coons before really meant people who betrayed the community deliberately. Today, I hear people throwing the words around differently. Every generation gives things different meaning. But you cannot be in a world made up of racial groups and ethnic nations where each of their survival instrument is based on them being united and having a common center, and you don't have one and think you're going to be victorious. Then we need to drop the term Black or African and just be American. See? And even that won't work, because the Greek American isn't just American. You go to anywhere where they live, you know the Greek American community. All right. because they have a vested interest in that identity. Now, all of them don't agree. This is not about being in full agreement with everybody. This is about having, as the group's core, a way to protect the group economically, politically, and culturally. You're going to have people doing different things. People who are Jewish backing Trump, and then people who are Jewish who don't back him.
Right.
But as far as being Jewish, that is the piece that's not in question. Not
Right.
what they do as an individual. As long as what they do as what they do as an individual betray that group, that's when we had those people getting assassinated, killed, or disappeared, or bankrupt, or whatever. And people got a right to do what they got to do to survive as a group. What I'm saying is that you cannot be an individualist as a group ideology, because then there's no group. And if we were in a society where everybody in the society abandoned the group ideology and we were just Americans, that would be fine. But that's not the case.
Right.
We're
So
the only one that is expected to do that, it seems. And we do that not understanding that we're up against these groups. And you can't defeat them as individuals. You can't compete with them. You can only enhance them. And if you enhance them, that degrade and demean you because you don't exist as a group. And so the group's got to have a space. The group, individuals can do multiple different kinds of things in order to grow in the society, which is another level of existence. But you still come back to your group, the security, the safety, the retirement, and all of those things.
yeah, I don't necessarily see African Americans as this particular group like that. I definitely see people who have different interests, different goals, and are going to be looking at different ways on trying to accomplish that. And that's where I feel like is what makes what the paradigm is so difficult, right? Of how do you get this one umbrella that everybody's willing to operate under in order for you to move
towards it.
in order to move towards phase 2, right?
You got to set it for a goal and you work towards it. Otherwise, you're going to still have prison having the majority of your people. You're going to have murders being from the majority of your people. You're still going to have poverty being from the majority of your people. And when a people is producing $1.8 trillion, that is totally unnecessary.
So what would you say the final goal would be? Like what's the perfect scenario of once this unity happens, what do we do then?
What is the perfect scenario for the Chinese, for the Greeks, for the Jews, for the Italians? What is the scenario for them? They can better take care of themselves. They can better take care of their own. They can better respond to the tragedies and to the crises that affect those who look like them, act like them, behave like them in some relationship, have the same historical trend that they have. We've been in America with the Irish, but we don't have the same historical experience as the Irish for most of the days we've been in America.
Right.
We have our own historical trend. He has his own historical trend. We have some common things, but we're both clear that I have an Irish experience. You have had an African experience. America's a geopolitical place, not a race. And we just have to be kind of clear on those things and not be afraid of success. When we've had success, yes, we had a lot of success doing segregation despite the state terrorism and the general terrorism, but we had success economically, politically, because we were forced to unite. To the degree that we were united, we were forced to do it. See, and so somebody wanted that dismantled because they realized that was challenging the status quo. And that whole thing, the civil rights movement was a legitimate movement. Everything about it wasn't legitimate. There's a lot of betrayal of the larger group. But the enemy took advantage of that movement in terms of defining its ideological statement. And that's why we end up talking about integration more than we ended up talking about civil rights.
Okay. Now is that what you mean when you say Black world domination?
I don't want to dominate the world. We already dominate the world now. The problem is we haven't consolidated our domination.
I'm not trying to paraphrase, but I've heard you kind of say that, and I'm sure that that's not exactly what you mean.
No, I don't talk about dominating the world. If you ever say anything, I said white folks need to be taking care of themselves, and they're doing that. We're not taking care of ourselves. We have to help white people take care of themselves. We're helping Arab store owners take care of themselves. We're helping white Latin store owners take care of themselves. We're helping white Greeks and Jews take care of themselves, and we're not taking care of ourselves. Everybody is taking care of themselves because we said, oh, we everybody. We're the only one that's everybody. Nobody else is everybody but us. And we got to stop being everybody. Mm-hmm. If we're going to be foundational Black Americans, let's be that. But then define, what does that mean? That can't mean I'm anti-African, because I can take the word Pan-Africanism and use it to show African hate. But that's all that is. Because I haven't heard a single legitimate argument against Pan-Africanism from anyone in the last decade. So I understand clearly what it is. And we need to understand what it is. Self-hate is self-hate. When did we resolve it? When did the average Black person in your generation, the one before you or behind you, had a course in Black history as a normal part of its upbringing? Not a single one. So not even mine, just a few of us had to fight to eke out and get this little food. Right. You've been out here, you're a loner whether you know it or not. You know, with the kind of study you've done. When I say loner, even if you have 10, 15 other people around you, we're 60 million people.
Right.
All right, so we're loners. Trying to figure something out so we can tell the rest of the 60 million, guess what? We see a way out. We see some light at the end of the tunnel. And they may look and say, that nigga's colorblind. He ain't see no light out there. I ain't listening to him, you know? Mm-hmm. But we have to keep yelling it because we do see light, you know? Every one of the questions you raised tonight is valid, and we need to have more discussion on those things, specific topics.
And you know what, Professor? That is what gets me. I do see light. I definitely
you do. That's the point I'm making.
I definitely see the light. I see that there's something there, right? And I really feel like I'm doing this for a lot of misconceptions that other people around me seem to have about what it is that your I guess specific, how do I say? I want to say circle, right? When you're talking about you, Leonard Jeffries, you talk about Dr. Ben, you talk about Dr. Clark, like this was
those people weren't listening to us. We were the ones that put you guys in college. Mm-hmm. We kicked down the doors of the universities. We started the African Heritage Studies departments. We studied the Black Studies department. Mm-hmm. We brought in Black presidents and Black vice presidents. We said we need open admission so our kids can get a chance to make money like your kids. So somebody wasn't listening to us.
Yeah, there would be no Black Studies department without y'all.
Not just Black Studies, there would be no Black kids in college, even at 1/10 of the degree it is today. When I went to City College back in 1969, they had 22,000 students just in that one college. They had over 100 and something thousand in the whole city university. You know how many Blacks was in one school that had 22,000 that sat in the middle of Harlem? 130. And you know what we did? We kicked that shit down. We burned some things and we kicked the rest in. And within a few years, we were looking at 13, 14,000 of our people. They've turned a lot of that around in the last decade and a half. But we understand that if you can't get food for your people to eat, you can't get clothing on their back, you can't get some shelter, you're in trouble. They can go out and commit crimes to survive. So you need education. And you need to move up in this structure, corporate structure, the educational structure, the business structure, the professional structure. You can't do that unless you have an educational foundation. So many of the people who think they've heard us, what they need to do is really go past listening to one tape and reading some of the books that's been written by Leonard Jeffries. Dr. Jeffries breaks down the need for economic development better than anybody I've ever seen, other than Claude Anderson. Claude is the master at it.
Yeah, I've that's actually one of my favorite things I've ever seen from you guys, right? His triangle breakdown of
right. He called his pyramid consciousness. What do you call it? He called it pyramid something.
That's fire. There ain't nothing else I can say about it. That's fire right there. I like that. But I'm starting to bring it down to an end. I appreciate your time. I definitely don't want to wear you thin. You look great for your age, by the way. I don't want to wear you out too much.
My knees killing me though, brother. But just one of them, because I fell. But other than
Mine
that,
too.
I've managed to stay healthy, and I've got a beautiful wife who takes away my ice cream with my butter pecan, and I'm eating too much, so tell me I can't drink Gatorade, and little things old people like to do. But and just trying to stay healthy and talking to young people, being with the young people. Young people actually give you strength, right? When you're older, I get a chance to see what y'all's vision on. I saw one of my former students, Brother Reggie Mabry, was texting a little while ago, and I listen to them, and I get strength from them. I go on a lot of the podcasts with the young people because I need to know what y'all are thinking. I need to know what your dreams are. I think it was Kellogg Gabron said you can give the children your dreams, but you can't share theirs. Well, I'm trying to cheat. I'm trying to share y'all's dreams. I'm trying to hear y'all's dreams, right? And I learn a lot from the young people. I listen to Omar Johnson, and and sometimes me and Omar have not had in past, but I listen to Omar. I watch Omar grow, I listen to Tariq. I watched Tariq grow. I've watched so many of the young people who are out here teaching and trying to build. I watched them grow through the last few decades. I learned from them because you're the future. I'm the past. I can give you what I had, but I can't tell you what to do with it. You got to figure that piece out for yourself.
Right.
You may not be able to use all of what I give you, but take the best of what I give you and go forward with it.
I'm on some of your answers. I'm actually surprised and relieved. Right. I was very surprised. At your willingness to incorporate capital. I mean,
that's always been. How can you live in America in the biggest capitalist country in the world? And
I agree. I don't know, but
see, a lot of people who say they're listening to me haven't heard me. They heard a speech about something. I've been speaking for 60 years. You know how many speeches I got?
Oh, yeah. Uncountable, right?
Beyond but no, I'm a realist. I'm an African. We have a situation. Our humanity has allowed people to take advantage of us. And we have to find a way to maintain our humanity, but not allow people to take advantage of it. Right. Even if we got to do things we can't say on the podcast. You know what I'm saying? Malcolm says, by any means necessary, wherever you are, whatever your situation is, short of oppressing people, you do what you have to do. We were some of the best capitalists in America if you really look at that period between enslavement and 1940 in terms of the banking system, the investment system. It wasn't until the stock market crashed, and I swear, I believe they crashed it themselves. I think that was a deliberate thing where certain banks can take control of the economic situation. I knew that the crash, remember there was a crash in 1918 or 17, which they called the Farmers' Depression.
Okay.
And that was self-imposed because the Farmers' Bank and the white Farmers' Banks and the black Farmers' Bank wouldn't come under the big East Coast banking. So they crashed the market to force the farmers to come under their umbrella. So they meant, and that 1929 crash may have been more deliberate than we think. That's when they began to take control from black people economically. I'm just saying that may not be the truth. I don't want to say that that's the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, this has really been. I mean, like in some ways, it's been a real refreshing to hear from you, right? As an authority on the topic. If anybody out there could be an authority, it would be you. To kind of be open, not even necessarily open, but be aggressive about, like you say, capitalism. We need to incorporate more economic stuff. We need to figure out like what are the avenues that help you fund whatever it is that you would be trying to do. We could talk all day about unity and how possible is it, to what degree would we unify, what would we unify under. That's not necessarily what I've kind of like gone down that road a little bit. But as far as like, what I'm really happy to hear it's like you were saying stuff like that. You actually did give a critique, and it was a little harsh that some people might have took it that way.
I own one of the biggest black businesses in Ghana, African American, right? I own the son of me and my comrades. It's 80 of us who invested our capital together, and we bought a 3-star boutique in West Africa 20 years ago. As a matter of fact, we're actually in the process of selling it right now, and I'll be moving out of the country probably the next 2 weeks to go do the signing. Business is business, and I got to buy it. So I'm just hoping you don't get cold people put that check in the bank, right?
Right.
And then we'll be good. But it's about reality. You got to deal with your reality. You got to deal with where you was, where we are. We live in the United States of America, but we also live in the world. See, there's no cocoons in the world.
Right.
So wherever you find yourself, you fortify yourself and you expand yourself. And that's all I'm talking about. And you find some brothers and sisters, just like many that you know, who are new to trying to break the mental shackles of white America's ignorance. And so they may go to an extreme when they become Muslim. I was a Muslim, but I was never an extremist. And I wasn't really a Muslim. I didn't do it for religious reason. I did that for political reasons, to help Malcolm's sister out, to keep Malcolm's organization going until they could train somebody to take my place. But what was should have been a 1-year adventure turned to an 11-year imamship. But I was a good imam, and I took care of my people. And I changed many of the laws. I didn't allow polygamy in my mosque and certain other things. We did not have the Arab identity. We did not wear Arab clothing. The Nation of Islam has been around. They don't wear Arab clothing. They're Muslim. They don't adhere to Arabism. So the Moorish Science Temple is a Muslim organization. They don't like to say that. But I knew Moorish Science Temple before the Moors were in the Moorish Science Temple. And my grandfather was the leader in that temple. And so that was an Islamic movement. And they weren't Arab. So we're not crazy, All people were doing is looking for what will get us out of the mess. And people were trying different things. The brothers and sisters who set up the Hebrew Israelite thing, they came out of, I think, the Seventh-day Adventist church. But they were trying to find a way out. How do we find a way back to who we should be mentally and out of this oppressive lie that makes up the philosophy that creates who we are? Otherwise, we're just going to be white folks in blackface oppressing other people and abusing other people for money.
Right.
And Malcolm said, chickens always coming home to roost. Nature says what goes around will come around. We can do those things, but when it happens to our children and grandchildren, then they will remember grandmama and granddaddy. This is the legacy that left us, the genocide that's on us. And that's why we have to fight the way we have to fight. It's hard, but we got to do both things while we're trying to develop economically. We better try to develop our unity. Because one fortifies the other. You're not going to have one without the other. Otherwise, you're going to have all the wealthy black people we have now. We got millions of wealthy black people. Oprah Winfrey wasn't the first black millionaire. She ain't the only black billionaire and wasn't the first. That's who white people choose to do this. Because a lot of people stayed on the down low with their money because they knew the abuse they were going to get if they got too high with that money. But we know how that goes. But we don't have to stay that on the down low now because we got so many people with money. We have to find a way to aggregate it. How do I come and meet you? Me and you invest together to create something bigger. Then we invest with some others and create something bigger. So we can produce more capital, give more of our people jobs, give more of our people skills, give more people the opportunity to build communities, send their children to college, et cetera, et cetera. That's how it works. But you can't do that if you're denying your identity and your children go out there and you send your son out and they come back. I'm not going to say how they're going to come back because you get in trouble for that one. But they come back thinking there's some Asian group because they went to a karate class and they think, okay, now I'm that Asian group. And then if you tell them, like when I told my sensei that karate came from Africa, he wanted to throw me out of his dojo. Oh, y'all coming here with all that, everything come from Africa. But it does come from Africa. And the Sholan Monastery was built by a black dude out of India. And the black people of India came out of Kenya and those areas. So just stop it. Let's just learn history. Let history take us where it's going to take us. And just to come back to the foundation of Black Americans, because we started there. And the indigenous niggas, I'm gonna have to go. I left my wife sitting downstairs. She said, "You just be on them talking to them brothers all day." There's 3 streams that comes out of Africa and lands in the Caribbean, and one lands almost in Florida.
Okay.
You can just lay on a raft, kick back, and hope no storms come and flush you off that raft, you're gonna end up in the Caribbean. You think we waited for Columbus to know about that? We told that fool about it. Matter of fact, the young man that was his navigator came from Elmina, that him and his father-in-law stole that young man when they were building the Elmina slave dungeon in the 1480s. And that's the same young man that showed him where the ancestral current was. And that's how our people have been coming here for centuries and centuries and centuries. We don't even know when we first got here. And that's why those brothers and sisters get carried away, because they just learned that we're indigenous to America. Well, I knew that since I was a child. Dr. Ben knew it, Dr. Clark, Ben Sertimer. We were teaching them about this back in the 60s. So I don't know where y'all were. I think because most of you weren't born yet. So you need to go read some of the writings of these elders, and you'll hear the story of the indigenous people of North America, Central America, South America, who was as black as they were then. There's a young brother, and I was looking for his book the other day, and I set it down and can't find it. He wrote a book called The Black Mexican. He's Brother Lamont Muhammad from the Nation of Islam. He was just a young student, come by the house all the time. And he went to Mexico just on a trip one summer. And then he met this old man, and he went to the small town in southern Mexico, and everybody was black. But the old man told him about the people who came on the boat and the people who came before the boat. Mm-hmm. And when he came back and he was telling, he was so intrigued. But these people still remember their history and their culture. And so the ones who came on the boat and the ones who came before the boats, they end up amalgamating and marrying into one another. You know, the boats being the slave ships. And before the boats are the ones who've been here. They don't know how long they've been. They just always been here, you know. And he wrote a book on it. First he wrote a little pamphlet, then he came up with a book. I don't know how well it went on out in the marketplace, but it's called Black Mexican by Lamont Muhammad. It'll be worth looking at for those who are looking at Foundation of Black America, because it's another source. And I hope everybody reads our brother who passed away, David Imhotep's work, you know, the first Americans for Africans. David's bibliography is one of the best I've seen. Okay. And his reference sources. And of course, you got the white guy, I forgot his name, and that's Sertimer's work and others. Then you got Columbus' statement himself, and Verrazano's, and a whole bunch of stuff. But establish what that is historically. People are just throwing it out there, throwing the word indigenous out there, and they can't say nothing more than the word indigenous, you know. And that's because they don't know where their people come from, if it came from indigenous or the Congo. I can't find myself in the Congo, so I'm here. Most of the first people that came here during the enslavement period came from Angola, Congo. And then the rest of West Africa got into play. But, you know, the world has been here for much longer than we think it's been here. Tens of millions of years, Black people have been walking around all over this planet. Okay. Whenever they felt like moving and going from here to there. and we'll probably be here tens of millions of years coming when others have disappeared out of being, and they will disappear. They're disappearing now, and that's part of what what we see in the desperation is about. Where you got more people dying naturally every year across Europe and America than you're giving natural birth to every year.
Let me ask you something real quick though, right? So Pan-Africanism, Pan-African is a lot less about this militant anti-system approach. And
there's only a few people that's militant anti-system. That's black hate you're hearing. When people are going against Pan-Africanism, it's black hate. Because the militant people was out in the street when the bourgeois niggas were getting a job saying, kiss my butt. The people who marched in those streets were not the black middle class. They were not the black upper class. The people who kicked the doors open in the college was not the black middle class. It was not the black upper class. It was the poorest of the poor. It was the one who flew that red, black, and green flag. It was the one who was saying, I'm militant. That's what gave them the strength to fight back. Now, if they got it wrong, so be it. But look how much value we're getting out of them getting wrong. Now let's help them to get it right. If we think they got it wrong, Let's help them to get it right. But the food that has fed us, and I marched with many of them, they were the poorest of the poor. And they knew better than anybody
okay.
that they wanted their children to have more than they had. They didn't want to bequeath their children to the penitentiary. That's why they were in those streets.
No. Let me make sure that you're getting the spirit of what I'm saying, right? So when I'm saying, I'm not saying that militants in the movement don't deserve a voice or need to be shunned or completely crossed out.
We need to be praised.
They do serve a purpose, right?
We need to be praised. We've been the vanguard of the Black movement.
Yeah, I'm saying. I remember I said it's so layered, right? That you need all of these things. I wouldn't reject any of these approaches, right?
Okay, I'm messing with you a little bit.
Yeah, right. Remember, that's what my thing is. So when you say what am I thinking, remember I'm saying we need all of that. So with that being said, the tenets or like the core ideas moving forward, right, or a little bit more economic driven. Are you agreeing with that, or is that something like?
No, I think it takes all of it. You cannot. You can do all the economics you want. We've done that. That's what we've been doing, and we got 1.6 trillion to spend to show it. And our situation is no better than it was a week after slavery, in terms of the power to control our lives. In terms of the businesses we can bequeath to our children. So what is the missing ingredient? We've got the money. We've been very successful. You don't get $1.6 trillion and be a failure.
Mm-hmm.
You don't own the rich Black communities that we own around America and be a failure. Because the white media don't talk about Black wealth. That doesn't mean we ain't supposed to recognize Black wealth.
Mm-hmm.
What is the missing ingredient that we can't bring more of our people into this? That's been the problem. So we end up having something pulling us down because we haven't raised it up.
When you say bring it into this, are you saying like bring it into the movement? Bring it into...
There's multiple movements. There've always been movements. I'm talking about you got Black people who are below the poverty line and don't have to be below the poverty line, because you got Black people that's above the poverty line, not investing in the ones below the poverty line. Okay? Meaning in terms of opening business, entrepreneurial development, people can get jobs. That's how you get rid of the poverty that's killing you. Because the people that they're killing is not white people, they're killing Black people. And if you're broke, uneducated, you still got to eat, you still got to take care of your family. You're going to rob somebody, steal from somebody, sell dope to somebody. No matter what your race is or what society you live in, that's what you're going to do.
Right. I actually would go as far as to say poverty in America is manufactured.
I agree 100%.
It's not an accident who is impoverished. That's not.
I agree with you 100%. But I'm saying that because I consider myself, I know I'm middle class. I live in $1 million house. You know, our income for years is over $100,000 a year. So, though I've been in the struggle all my life, I didn't fight to be impoverished. I don't know anybody who was ever in the struggle that fight to be in poverty. Right. We were fighting to get our people out of poverty.
Right.
But some people look at us like we are poverty because we dare to go and get dirty with the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we got dirty with the enemy, so others don't have to get dirty with the enemy. And until people understand that it's our responsibility to lift up the ones below us. But if you don't have a sense of how you unite with that person, you stay there. But guess what he's gonna do? He's coming for your cute little college-educated daughter, and he's gonna go like, "Yo, what's up, babe? What's going on? Come on here, honey." You know, so you better make it a better world for them to be in, and the way you can make a better world is to make a better people in that world.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. It's a challenge, right? You know, I feel like I talk to a lot of those people, and I feel like a lot of the times how me and you sit here and have a conversation some kind of way with them, it gets contentious. And I think that's because they're so adverse to anything other than what it is that they're familiar with.
No, they're mostly ignorant, my brother. They're ignorant.
Okay.
Just because they got on African traditional clothes don't mean they're African. They're trying to become African. Because they may have the Yoruba religion or Islamic religion they're trying to find a way out of whiteness, and they're going to fight anything that looks like that, even if it's a black person.
Mm-hmm.
You found another pathway. Somebody else has found another pathway. Somebody's pathway was, I went to college. I got a master's. I got a bachelor's. I got a PhD. I'm now teaching black kids over here. I'm now providing service in a black hospital. I'm now a lawyer. That may not be the pathway they took. Okay, they took another pathway because they weren't able to take that pathway. Pathway they took was to learn history, learn some culture, and try to get that whiteness out of them so they can find this blackness that they lost someplace due to the tyranny. And so you're gonna have, and you got all this different stuff. It ain't new that this is just happening. This has always been happening, you know. And so how do we now find a way to say, okay, those of us who represent the band, you're a vanguard. Vanguard, I mean by vanguard, you in the leadership, you're on point. All right. You got a bigger responsibility than that person you're arguing with. Because you're the point. You see that light you're talking about, you're seeing. How do you get them to see that light? Because you need them in order to accomplish what you need to accomplish. Otherwise, when you turn your back, they may be the one to take your head. Okay? So how do I deal with that? You think with me, with my views on Islam, you think all the Muslim brothers love me? No. They didn't even love me when I was in the mosque, okay? Because I had different views on it.
Right.
You know? Even my views, a lot of the brothers I work with, they're socialists, they're Marxists. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a Marxist. But I work with them if they're fighting for a project, if they're fighting for something that I think is for the greater good. But they know they're going to have a tete-a-tete with me because that's not my economic ideology.
Right.
I'm in America. I know how this works. This is a capitalist society. And I don't let people confuse capitalism with this criminal viciousness and economic terrorism that gets passed off as capitalism. That's another discussion we blacks who talk about capitalism need to have. Right. Yeah. I'm not an economic terrorist.
Yeah, predatory capitalism isn't
that's a better word.
What you say, Unc?
Hey, you know, I just had to get on here with the great Smalls. See how you doing? How you feeling there, brother?
Watching you meditating. I know he didn't miss a word we were saying, brother.
you know he don't. He cold at that. Man, that's my guy right there. I really appreciate the opportunity to get both of you guys on here, man. This is definitely a pleasure. Getting to talk to Unc and kind of combing through a lot of these ideas. He's got me further along than I would say a lot of stuff did, right? And that was just my personal journey. That may not be for everybody in particular, right. But for sure, it definitely meant a lot for me. And I really can't thank him enough for it. That brought me out of some stuff.
You know what though? How long I've been knowing you, Professor Small? How long I've been knowing you?
Close 20 years now.
Yeah, we had 20 years. And I remember the first lecture I ever went to, and I don't think he was feeling too well. And I was trying to ask you too many questions. He was like, look, I told you, not right, not today. I was like, damn. You know what I mean? Got me. I was like, okay. And I ran back into him again. He introduced me to Leonard Jeffries. But the thing I remember the most is your love for Africa and how you explained Africa and the migrations and just the whole piece. And, it helped me fall in love with Africa, really get like some basic understanding of what Africa was. Now, as I push my journey, and so I never want to just stand and stare Professor Smalls in the face. I stand on his shoulders. Simple as that. Because if I just stand there staring him in his damn face, I could never help progress things. I could never help grow. He taught me a long time ago. He said, damn, Unc. He said, you think I know everything? He said, you stand on my shoulders, you can see more than I can see because of the shoulders you standing on. And I had never forgot that. And, I appreciate that lesson right there you gave me. I really do. But I will say this, though. I agree with a lot of things you said. I just don't agree with the Homo sapiens being on the planet Earth for tens of millions of years. I just will not agree with you on that.
You think that's too long?
Yeah, you did too much. Yeah,
I think it's long. I think it's longer than that.
You did well. Well, you.
That's I think in terms of how much we love Kemet, and brother was talking Kemet, and Ra and the Ankh, and then going finding that stuff down in South Africa that's 30,000 years older than that Ankhs and Ra. So I'm saying,
You talking Adam's calendar?
Not,
It's
no,
called.
not just
That's what
Adam's
it's called.
calendar. That's one piece of it.
Michael Tillinger.
There's so much stuff down there that those crackers are kept on the down low until apartheid was semi-ended. That people are now getting access to, and even we are getting very little access to it. But some of the young whites are getting access to it and getting it out.
So
but the bottom line is, we're not from the planet Earth, and we're not just from. There's a whole universe that's beyond anything we can imagine in terms of boundaries or beginning.
I agree.
I'm stardust. Okay, I'm made up of everything in the universe, and no one's gonna tell me that's not trillions of years old. See? And I can't play the Homo sapiens sapien thing because intelligence don't need a body.
Professor Small, you got a cash app I could put in the chat for people who want to.
You just said the word. What's your name again, brother? I ain't arguing with that one, boy. What's your cash app?
Yeah, because been on here for, man, how long you been on here? You've been on here.
Yeah, we've been 2 hours now.
You used up that week.
$ Dr. James Small. SMA.
Y'all gotta hit him up. Let me see.
$ Dr. James Small.
Yeah, y'all gotta support the elder because this is definitely one of the first persons that so there's a Dr. Ben, right, that I never personally met, and there's this daggone Smalls right here. It's this guy right here.
One of the key is when I even look at Kemet, and then I look at the Yoruba tradition, I look at the root tradition, I look at the Buddha tradition, I even look at the Christian tradition. Everybody's talking about outer space. Ain't nobody really talking about Earth and none of that stuff, okay? But they're bringing it on down to Earth, so to speak, right? So make that D on Dr. Capital, bro.
Oh, make it capital.
Yeah, I like that capital.
Hey, but Smalls, I just want everybody, because the generation that that I'm talking to these days might not really be familiar with you, and I always want to let everybody know, where I got the essence of how to talk to people, how to say it, how the way you say what you say, the way you put it in, so when they hear me talking, a lot of times I'm using a lot of the way you do it, right? You know what I'm saying? I tell them all the time, I take a piece from you that captures the momentum of understanding our worldview. You know how you say you just the essence of the divine having a human experience,
right?
I get what you're saying. You basically saying stardust.
Yeah, and I got that concept from Malcolm. Malcolm always said, "Make it plain." And he said it one time. He said, "If the people don't understand what you said, you could have been talking all day. Don't mean nothing. Just wasted your good words. You know what I'm saying? Wasted their good time. Somehow you got to work and work until they get it, until they can understand it. And that's. I
want to say this. I won't cut you off. I want to say this for everybody. I've had private conversations with you. Yeah, and there's a value to actually meeting this brother. So if y'all ever gonna put together an event, right? I suggest y'all put together an event and actually have a personal conversation with him, because he understands, like he has a philosophical viewpoint that African Americans understand. He tell me all the time, God damn it, they're not gonna get it, Unc. Right? And so he has a philosophical way of putting it, right? But then if you have a serious conversation with him, he'll go there too. I just want to let y'all know that. You know what I'm saying? Like he grabs more than you may think, because he reaches for the audience. He's a good teacher, and a good teacher is supposed to just teach the people. He tell me all the time, I gotta teach you how to talk to boy, you something else. He tell me that all the time, right?
No, yeah.
I just get straight to it. I
like what logic. Logic got something. I call it that thing. When you're teaching, and then you're strong enough, so now you didn't yield your ground, and you learn to explain it. And I understand the kind of things you're bumping into and the kind of attack that the brothers who call themselves pineapples will bring down on you, because they try to bring their stuff down on me. But I'm good at beating that out of people, so don't mess with me too much with that. Right? But what we've got to understand, just remember this parable: the blind can't see, the deaf can't hear, and the mute can't talk. Now he may be moving his mouth and maybe even thinking he's talking, but you got to know ain't no sound coming out there. And you can see that bell ring inside of there, and he ain't moving his head. You know, he really didn't hear that bell. You understand? And something's coming dead at his face, and he ain't flinching because he can't see. Now he think he can see, he think he can hear, and he think he can talk. But you have to have the wisdom to know he can do neither. So now, what is your job? What is your purpose? Given sight, given hearing, given sound. Then that becomes part of your mission. Otherwise, you're just as dumb as they are. Okay, and I don't mean that in a negative, because we know somebody says, listen, the way to stifle the people, cut them off from their past. Secondly, keep them from carrying out intergenerational transmission of the knowledge they've retained in their head. Meaning, don't let them have meetings, don't let them have school, don't let them speak in their language, don't let them sing in their song. That's what they did to us for a few hundred years. But despite that, we hid stuff. Now, we got to find what we hid, but we can't find it because we don't know what it looks like. That's why you go back to Africa to get the mirror. You go like, wait a minute. I saw Mama dancing like that in the church, but we didn't call it dance. We called it shouting. So that lady in that airway village down in Ghana, down by the Volta River, has got the same footstep as Grandma had. What does those footsteps mean? What was Grandma saying when she was dancing in the church? That's what I learned to do.
Point. Hold on. You know what? Logic. You know we talk about this all the time. And this is my deal. If what you say is true, and I personally, when I first heard you say it, I took it as truth. But you know what I realized? If that's the point, going back to Africa to find the essence of who we are and where we came from, and understand that cultural context, and grab that cultural African viewpoint, worldview, right? If that's important, then we can't make up stuff, though.
No.
Then we need to get the real thing. We can't make it up. We can't get the false history. That's triple bad. That's worse.
And it doesn't matter when you came over here, because I have never been to Mexico, right?
Right.
But it's one of the places I'm dying to go to, right? Because
we're gonna go.
There are African communities there. So like I was telling you, brother Logic, who Brother Muhammad said that they came before the boat. Well, I want to meet with those people, and I want to hear the before the boat story. I don't want to just say I'm indigenous. I want them to talk to me. And I'm going to find Lamont book, or I have to find somebody in the nation and give me a touch with Lamont so I can get this book on the Black Mexican. So I can see, what are they saying? What is the story that they're telling? They're still there. They didn't go anywhere. We just ain't talking to them. All right? They may have been here 5,000 years, but we're not talking to them. We're saying we're indigenous, but we don't know this story. So let's get one or two, or let's go down to Mexico. Let's sit at their feet. Let's hear the story. Then let's come back here and teach it to the rest of our people. That's how it is. It's like when, I got deep in the Yoruba religion. And people are doing ebos to this and ebos to this. That means sacrifice. To the Orishas this. And they're drawing pictures of the Orishas, and they're making Oshun look like some sexy woman, and all the sisters who want to feel sexy, they want to be Oshun. That ain't how it works at all. That ain't what the ancestors meant at all. All right? When they were talking about Oshun, they were talking about intuition, the deep intuitive essence of the human being. That's what they're calling Oshun. Okay? And so when they're talking about, they make the sister with the locks and she all fine, and so they make the pictures. And people are putting those pictures up in their shrines, and they're pouring libation. That ain't real. That's a facsimile and an anthropomorphic representation of a concept, idea, and principle about how you should behave when you're trying to transform your mind, change in process. But if you don't break it down so you can teach it like that, then you don't get to where you got to go. Yet you got on the clothes, you're saying the right words, you're doing the right dance, but you didn't know the meaning of why any of that was done.
I got a question for you. We charge Europeans with being culture vultures and taking other people's culture and misappropriating it, right?
And they are that.
Well, so what do you say to African Americans that is now doing the same thing with other people's culture? What do you say to that? And
Which other
defend
people?
my point. Defend my point. My point. I say that when Africans that were brought across the waters claim to be the native people of America, I say they're doing the same thing as European colonialism. What do you say to that?
No, I think you're halfway wrong.
Okay.
We've got to know which of the native people, because there's multiple streams of our coming into the Western Hemisphere. The blackest black came first. Then the yellow Asiatic came about 10,000 years ago. We warred with them, obviously, and we married into them, and we created a red people from the black and the yellow. And so we need to study history of all of those cultures. Back in the 60s, I used to send brothers to the Apache reservation, and to the Midwest. So I've worked with the blacks for upstate New York, trying to find out, okay, who are y'all? And why should I fight for y'all or with y'all, since many of your ethnic nations helped enslave me and track me down when I ran away? But then I had to remember, many of them fought with me and helped me fight their own people so that I could get away. So I couldn't blanketly condemn all of them. So let me understand what happened historically to you. Who defeated you such that you thought staying alive was better than being the human being your ancestors made you to be? And so we need to just keep studying. We knew we were everywhere first. So I don't know why anybody's shocked that we were in North America first. That's the part that made me laugh.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
We were everywhere first. All right.
You familiar with this?
Oh yeah, I got one on the shelf. That thing.
You told me 20 years ago to read this.
Yeah, it was mine. I think
you know that, right?
I probably did. I'm getting old.
You ain't getting that old. You can go back into this.
So
talk about Charles Darwin. He talked about evolution.
Mm-hmm.
If you and I missed it. When I first read the daggone book, I missed it. You said go back and read the damn book. You said it just like that. So I went back and I read the damn book. I marked it all up. All right, I read the damn book. And when I read the damn book, the book said that Charles Darwin was the one to look to understand the variation, the biological variation of natural selection, which would mean that although the Africans left Africa first, because Charles Darwin was the first person to say that humans come from Africa, he's right here in this book. We know that they mutated and evolved over time in different environments, which about 150,000, by the time they reached the Americas, somewhere roughly 30, maybe 20,000 years, they had mutated and transformed. So really, these native populations are a transformation of indigenous Africans in Africa, variations from the original. That's what I like to say. Put it that way. That's how I see it.
Even the crazy white man we got to fight with every day, unfortunately, is a mutation of our original
gene. Of course, absolutely.
What we're talking about when I'm talking about the indigeneity, though, in the Western Hemisphere, in what we call Central South America, North America, they were just black as it. It's all on the tombs down there. The Mayans didn't hide their paintings.
Oh yeah, I don't disagree.
It's these crazy anthropologists now trying to whitewash it. But if you go to some of the original paintings of the Mayan tombs and pyramids, they look like they just step out of Kemet. Matter of fact, many of them are using the Kemetic structures, dress, and all this kind of stuff. So we know they had a relationship. We know that you can get in a boat off the coast of Ghana and just push out into a certain Gulf Stream, and 2 weeks later, 3 weeks at best in a rowboat, you can be in the Bahamas. Okay?
Talk about the Canary currents, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
No, there's 3 currents. The Canary is just one of them.
Okay. All right.
And so we know we've been doing this for centuries. But I want to go beyond that now, because we got to get beyond that. I want to go to Mars and Jupiter and Venus and Uranus and the Milky Way. And because right now, right this minute, we are flying through the Milky Way, being pulled by the pull of the sun. That's flying through the Milky Way at a speed immeasurable while we are spinning around the sun at the same time and turning on our own axis. All that's happening at the same time, right this minute. And we're absorbing all of the energy from all of these other things in outer space makes us up.
I agree.
So you can't
no pushback there.
You can't put no time on that.
Yeah, they do. They say 13.5 billion years.
I don't believe that. They said a lot of things. They said I wasn't human.
I'm just saying it's called approximate. That's a long.
No.
I know you.
The one thing I learned about the cosmology is that I have not a clue, and nobody have a clue. It can't possibly have an end because an end presumes something else exists.
Yeah, but 13.5 billion years is forever, right? And the universe is a closed system.
Years would not be enough to explain the reality of it all.
Well, as we,
I know it's hard to let yourself be free and just think.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be that free. I'm gonna let you be free. I'm gonna let you have that one. I ain't gonna do it. Hey, I'm enjoying the conversation with you on Tri Media, and I'd like to thank y'all brothers, man, for actually getting Professor Smalls on, man. I think it's important that he make his rounds, man, and touch everybody like he touched me 20 years ago. You get out of it what you can get out of it. So
no,
I appreciate
think the brothers are on the right track. You got to, if I'm in the desert, I can't be looking around for no grass. I got to figure what I can do with sand. All right. If I'm in the savannah, I can't try to build nothing with sand because I got grass and mud. You in America, you got to use the system that you got. Just make sure that you don't lose your humanity in that process. How do we maintain our humanity? I see Brother Reggie just joined us. How you doing, Brother Reggie?
I'm glad Reggie is here. Boy, I'm glad Reggie is here. I like to see y'all two together. My favorite two in the. I like that.
I think our youth is on the right path. I ain't got no issue. I think the generation of my children and grandchildren is the best generation we've ever produced. I think they're going to be victorious. But victory don't come easy, and it happens over time. It took hundreds of years, in some cases thousands of years, for us to get in the situation we're in. We're not going to get out in one generation or 60 or 70 years. You've got to be prepared to have a goal and pass the baton towards meeting that goal. For how many generations it'll take to do it. And I also believe that life is eternal. I am my grandparents. I am my great-parents, my great-parents, and my great-parents. There's no such thing in the African tradition as death. That's not how we view life. Every one of us sitting here, we're made up of vegetables and fish and pork and beef and water, all right? And so we're everything, and poultry, we're everything that lives. So we're everything in the universe. I don't know what that was.
Oh, that was Zeus.
So you understand that we are the universe. It's so. We're everything. We're made up of everything. And everything, every cell in our body has intelligence. Every cell has an intelligence. And everyone carries a memory of its creation, which is billions, if not trillions of years old. Well, I think what our ancestors, I'm praying I'm right on that one, was trying to do with these spiritual systems is give us an end to understanding what it is that makes up our cosmic and astral memory. Like that one, our cosmic and astral memory?
Yeah, I like that. I see you. I see what you're doing here.
It's time to get there.
I'm with you.
Do you have any thoughts on so like one of the things that I've talked with Uncle about, right, is it seems like those indigenous cultures and religions weren't necessarily successful in fighting off colonialism in the past, and to adopt them in the future kind of sounds like repeating it a little bit.
Well, what if Muhammad Ali, after losing his first fight, didn't go back in the ring again? He just chopping up his stuff. He realized, okay, now I know how the enemy comes. Let me prepare for it. We were not prepared. We were used to seeing human beings. We were not prepared for something inhuman that looked like us, though it was lighter than us, to behave as it did. We are still in recovery. We're not even at the point we're ready to fight back yet. We still trying to recover from the shock. Whoa, I thought I just greeted a brother, and there I lay dead on my living room floor. We got to recover and realize we got to handle them differently. You know, if you when you go to some of the places in West Africa and you go deep up in the up countries, and they show you the houses they build, but that I was talking about earlier, brother, with no window. When they realized what they were up against, they had to change their whole ecology. Face it. You understand? When somebody comes to your village and says, I got a gun, you don't have none. I got a bunch of dudes on horses with guns. You ain't got none. I'm going to be back here next month. Same time, same day. I want 50 people. How you get to 50, that's on you. You don't have 50, I'm taking 50. Mm-hmm. Now, what ends up happening, what do you think the community did? Almost every community, just at the slave trade is at the time of the dissolution of Kemet happening. You got the Turks invading, the Arabs invading, and we're moving where? Westward, right? So we're the refugees. Mm-hmm. Now, if I got to send 50 refugees or 50 family members, which group do you think I'm going to get?
Are you saying we the Kemet refugees?
Some of us, not all of us, some of us, yeah. Because millions of people left Kemet. But most of us don't read Arabic or French, but most of that history is written. I happen to do read a little bit of Arabic, and I studied a lot of that history. One of the greatest guerrilla warfare you will find in history was the resistance of the people in Kemet against Roman and Arab domination, especially Turkish domination that follows Arab domination. But we don't hear that literature on this side. And how they migrated west. And if you talk to the people in the west, the Gardangbe, the Adab, the people who say even aspects of the Yorubas don't come from Nigeria. And much of what we call Yoruba religion, they met when they got to Nigeria. So when you learn these people's history, you begin to realize something happened here that nobody talks about. Nobody even talks about us going from the west to the east and helping to build Kemet. And when the shit hit the fan, we went back home to the ancestral land. But we were strangers by that time. And another stranger had come on our shore. And a lot of compromise was made. But that's the history we need to understand. And it's for your generation to do the work, and don't be afraid. Because when you know yourself in your brother and in your sister, that is one of the most powerful feelings in the world. Powerful feeling.
Brother Reggie, hang tight. We about to cut the commercial right quick, right? What you about to say, Brad?
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's play a commercial. We'll come right back to Brother Reggie. Thank you, Unc, for coming up. Peace to you, Professor Smalls. Peace to you, Brother Reggie. I just want to play this commercial. Shouts to my brother. Okay, shouts to my brother DQ. I still want to get a song the respect it deserves.
Yeah. Let's go, baby. DQ, baby. Voice from the past. Social love, Dr. James Smalls, you know what I'm saying? Hey, one of our great leaders, great teachers. Check. Look, he's a voice from the past, teaching to the youth. Dr. James Small got the knowledge and the proof. From Harlem to Ghana, stay connecting the roots. Pan African pride, yeah, we standing on the truth. He's the voice from the past, teaching to the youth. Dr. James Small got the knowledge and the proof. From Harlem to Ghana, we stay connecting the roots. Pan African pride, yeah, we standing on the truth. Started with Malcolm, now we carry the flame. Speak on it now, we dismantle the shame. Spiritual guy with ancestral aim. If on his tongue, we steady uplift his name. Hidden colors on the screen, exposing the lies. Teaching black people divine, we truly gon' shine. He the chief in the culture, priest in the rights. Godfather of Harlem, bringing dark into the light. Yeah, he say, know your name, know your worth. The first builders, we the stewards of this earth. Wisdom in his tone, every letter's flame. Dr. Smalls chasing truth, not the fame. Let's go. He say, know your name, know your worth. The first builders, we the stewards of the earth. That's right. Wisdom in his tone, every letter's flame. Dr. Smalls chasing truth, not the fame.
Shouts to my brother DQ. DQ Cash App is pinned. I want to move the conversation over to brother Reggie. This is sort of kind of like the after party. I told Hits I would come in after my Lakers beat the Grizzlies. So I was watching this and watching. I was watching. You know, I'm from Ohio, so you know I rep LeBron to the fullest. But what I want to do is move this over to my brother Reggie. Have him ask a question, but I want to give a challenge to brother Reggie first. We've done a number of these interviews of people in the conscious community. From there, I want to do your interview. So I'd like to get with you and set that up. And I got some questions for Professor Smalls, but I would hope you would accept our invitation and be our next interview on the channel if you're up for it. But go ahead and ask whatever it is you want to ask, and then drop your link in the back chat. I'll contact you. You're on mute, right?
I met Professor Small in 1984. I was coming from my projects into college, Castle Hill projects in the Bronx. There was a war going on in urban America, particularly New York, but Philly, New Jersey, West Coast, but particularly New York, and especially in Harlem. And there was nothing but crack and dope and what the white man did to us. And so studying Africa, our people in our community set the stage for a way out. The Professor Small that you're looking at right now is, how can I say, someone who's taken a mighty walk and has been steadfast in the close to 38, 39, 40 years that I've known him. So I've seen different transitions. I've seen him when he had locks, before he had locks, where he had little curlies, locks, and I saw him when he was leaving Islam. I met him when he was 39 years old, roughly 39 years old. I'm 60 now, so that's a lot of time. I'm glad that you're on, Professor Small. We have another generation I've had the experience in the last 8 years of on YouTube and seeing the new thoughts. But I can tell many of these people, they don't know what it is to take up a banner, right? To be hated by your own. May 19th, we celebrate Malcolm X's 100th year anniversary. Professor Small leads the longest pilgrimage to a fallen leader. We don't honor our fallen leaders. We drift off, right? We don't care. We don't offer. We don't even speak about them. Professor Small has led for what I can say 59 years after Malcolm X's death, a pilgrimage to El Hajj Malik El Shabazz has never faltered. I'm saying to you, young people, you can have your little petty arguments, which we do. We have our little petty arguments about who we think we are, who we think we're not, where we think we came from. Many of you haven't even explored those opportunities or nets. I met him in college, so never sat in the classroom. So Professor Small, you're a very kinder and gentler person than when I first met you, right? Different type of a person, right? Than I first met you. When I first met you, you was a stone cold black revolutionary, right? And people don't know what that means, nor do they celebrate it. They just think that uh, this is just in the history books, right? But we do need your help to clarify and be strong or tight on some issues. A lot of our people are taking up what they call spirituality, but they don't know what it is. They know what YouTube version of spirituality is, right? How can I say your spirituality when I was working with you was Black Revolution? That was your spirituality. So now we have a floodgates and we have all these groups, FBAs, ADOs. We have a bunch of flat earthers and stuff. And I guess you try to, and now you're going to do a show called Magic Egypt or something like that. Magic Egypt or something like that.
Yeah, we did that on Saturday, last week Saturday. Last week
you did
Sunday.
That on Saturday.
Past Sunday. With Brother Empadishi and Kava.
Yeah, I need to see that. It's easy for people to
what
use
kind
their
of Egypt? What kind of Egypt?
Magical Egypt.
Y'all was playing on that one.
I was waiting for the underground squad to show up.
I'm like, no, I'm gonna leave y'all alone. I ain't messing with y'all.
I don't do that.
Y'all space. That's Reggie's job.
I don't do that. I don't do Magical Egypt. I don't do that. But
oh man.
But see, that's the problem.
Lecture that Empadishi gave was pretty good. He did a slide presentation on history that was very good. Same thing with Kaba. There's a young lady there who did a piece on astrology that I thought was very good in terms of the technology of astrology. But at the end of the day, Brother Reg and everybody else, the laws of nature don't change for anybody. The sun don't change what the sun does. The moon don't change what the moon does. Stars don't change what the stars does, even though all of what they do is things that changes. And all our ancestors was trying to do is to explain that to themselves, and then make sure that they were clear on where they fit in all of that and how to behave within the context of all of that. That's what I've evolved to understand spirituality to be. It's me in the universe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not talking about our great ancestors. I've learned to study from you and Dr. Jeffries and Professor Scobie. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the loss of Black manhood today, where we fill our brains with all of these things, but there's no struggle, there's no practice, there's no revolution. They criticize everybody for the most pettiest reasons, right? Criticizing Garvey, but you can't do what Garvey did. Criticizing the Nation of Islam, can't do what they did. Even Noble Drew Ali can't do what they did. We haven't had great movements in a long time, and certainly not now. We have great YouTube movements, Flat Earth, right? What can you say? My question to you is, what can you say about Black manhood? Forget all this other stuff. What is our obligation to our people in a way that y'all taught me, because y'all weren't easy on me? And so I watch you and I say, you're easy on these people, right? You let a lot of things slide, but the people that you taught and soldiered with you, you don't let anything slide. And so I see you with some of these people who have funny feelings, hate you, by the way, you just don't know it, funny feelings on African leaders. And you are a graceful elder. You know, Dr. Clark wasn't a graceful elder, but they don't know that. But you have become graceful. I'm talking about how do we handle this history, right? And what is our obligation now? And you talked for about it earlier. I'm not going to say that you did not. I was watching it, right? But there is just a lack of love for our for those who bled, laid down their lives, struggled, because all they knew was the white man. The white man was on their back, and then predators involving themselves in dope and drugs and stuff like that. I don't blame the young people, but what is your revolutionary message? Because these are not Pan-Africanists that you're on the show with, good brother.
Let me
they don't like Pan-Africanism,
Brother Reggie. Because my power, for some reason, my little red
Man,
light.
you made that up, Reggie. We don't like the pseudos. My fault.
1 second, brothers. It's telling me my power is running out. I don't want to run out of mid-message. And I had it plugged up. No, it's still going on red. I don't know what that's about.
You hear what Reggie said? You hear what Reggie just said?
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
said we don't like Pan-African.
No.
What we don't like is people representing Pan-Africanists with a lot of misinformation. That's what we don't. Well, I'm gonna speak for myself. That's what I don't like. I don't like just because you're a Pan-African don't mean you got carte blanche. You can say anything out your damn mouth to black people. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm never acquiescing to that. Never. I'm not playing that game. You holler out.
cool,
I'm Pan-African.
Cool.
That means I gotta listen to you. Be anti high-level science, anti-vaccines, anti-black people the whole time. Act like you saving, promoting black people. I'm not doing that, Reggie. So
I'm not that person. I got
but you
degree in
kind of
science.
said that. You said the people on here. That means you talking to me, Logic. You talking to everybody that's on here, right? You said it, Brass. You said we don't like Pan-Africans. I'm gonna speak up. I don't like pseudos. That's what I don't like. You can be a pseudo atheist. You can be a pseudo Pan-African. You can just be a pseudo. I'm not there because it's harmful to our community, regardless of what your ideology is.
First,
I'm gonna let Professor Small speak.
First, Brother Reggie, you don't understand me either because you just gave a complete wrong description of me. But my big thing I'm telling is my
I made a complete wrong description on you.
Description of me, of who I am now. You seem to have a wrong perception of who I am. So, but I don't understand why my computer plug is not powerful.
You need a second, Professor?
No, it's plugged in, but it keeps going to red, and then some message came up on the screen about my backup. But I'll go for a few minutes more. But I don't think I've changed that much, Reggie, at all. What I've done, I think I've grown to understand that if I'm talking to people that don't understand, then I have to figure a way to talk to them so that they do understand. A lot of the young people don't have the history that you had, or I had, when we were having the experience, we were fighting around the issues in New York and around City College. I do agree there isn't enough activism in the community on the part of the intellectual activists, because the issues in the community is still there to be solved. Electing the right people to office, getting our schools to work right, making sure our people isn't going off to prison, getting the dope out of our streets. All of those issues are still there, and the only person that's going to fight for them is us. And I don't see enough of that happening. Trying to, for those who've got the knowledge and the skills of how to open businesses, how to set up businesses, I don't see enough of that being taught. I belong to a group here in my town called the Gathering of Men. And what we do, when I came here, there was no Black men organization in the town. So I got with some young brothers I knew, and we started one on how do we go down in the projects and work with these young brothers. How do we get them away from the drug syndrome? How do we get them to get jobs? How do we get them back in school? How do we get them? We even set up programs starting in my basement by going and finding the retired firemen and retired welders, retired plumbers, and start setting up the Booker T. Washington apprenticeship thing. We need to do more activism. But the kind of activism of the 60s, 70s, a lot of 80s that we were involved in may not be the work that's called for now. The work that's called for now is to get into the community and make the apparatus of the community work for you. And we're not doing enough of that. And for those who don't understand Pan-Africanism, and this is even for you too, Brother Ankh, Pan-Africanism isn't an organization. It isn't a group of people. It is a concept of unity that was labeled Pan-Africanism by those activists, Du Bois and others, and further by Nkrumah and others of their time. They came from all aspects of the community. Some was Marxist, some was capitalist, some were nationalists. There were different things, but they said, with all of this, we can unite and try to go and get Africa out of colonialism, which they all went home, and you saw revolution after revolution, some more successful than others. But I hear a lot of people talking about the Pan-Africanists like it's some organization down the street. There's no such thing. There's no Pan-Africanism as an organization, but there may be organizations who have Pan-Africanism in their name. What we've got to be clear about is, do we understand that we belong to a race of people? Or do you think there's separate Black races? Because some people say that. We come from a separate race. We have nothing to do with Africa. They're like, that's weird, but you need to do some studying. There's no study you can do that will lead you to that conclusion. None that I've seen. And if there is, somebody needs to enlighten me.
And if I can speak for myself,
how much time you got? How much time you got?
Well, this is the after party.
I want you to be able to hear exactly what I'm saying too, right? I don't disagree with it.
What time is it? We're in it for a while.
Yeah, Logic. Hold on, Logic. We don't got a lot of time. We can sort this out. This is the after party. Whoever want to stay, want to stay. But yeah, like let's finish with Professor James Small.
I want him to hear what my reply is to what he said, because I'm not anti-Pan-African, right? But I think it should be very acceptable for me to be able to ask, how effective is it, right? You know what? My initial impression of Pan-Africanism is you, Brother Reggie. And you know what my initial impression was? How can somebody like as smart as Brother Reggie legitimize the romanticizing ancient Egypt as activism in 2025? I could not figure that out. That's my journey of how I've come to this conversation completely. Right? And it's not against you. Maybe that's how you see it. I just don't particularly see it that way. Not necessarily for me to attack, but I think that is a fair question. How studying
Pan-Africanism and talking about Egypt is not necessarily
economically in 2025.
I wrote the book, The Black City Plan. You should read it, right? Studying Egypt and what we call Egypt, Tawi civilization, is different than Pan-Africanism, right? So you're free if when you speak to me, you can talk to me about Pan-Africanism. It's an idea, right? I'm a Black nationalist in America, right? But I am connected to that continent, smart enough to go there, right, and learn. So
I don't mean to interrupt you.
You are interrupting me, so let me just finish.
But Small's been here for like 4 hours, man.
Yeah, easily 4 hours. Yeah,
we gotta get him off here.
Yeah, like I'm just saying. Listen. Yeah, my whole point is, whatever we gonna do with this next conversation, this ain't about the interview, and I'm the person that has to clip this interview tomorrow. So let's at a bare minimum see. I'm the one that has to do the work. So now you adding work for me. So let's in closing. Professor Smalls, Logic, I mean, we can bring it back. I mean, I'd like to put as much money as we can in the brother's pockets to get him out into the world. The one thing I don't like, you could judge a country how they treat their people in prison and the elderly. And I'm not saying that you're over old, but you said yourself, you're about to be 80. The United States doesn't.
And I've been treated terribly by my people.
Exactly.
I'm a person fine and dumb, and I try to manage.
Right. So I mean, with me, I'm a person. I like to, I'm unabashedly willing to put money in a person's pockets. That's willing to educate the people, willing to get on YouTube and do the work. So we could bring you back for a second one, a third one, a fourth one if you have time. But let's keep this interview the interview, and then keep the after party the after party. So Professor Smalls, in Logic, do you have any more questions before I allow him to close?
I just want to say thank you a couple more times, man. It's been a pleasure, and I didn't take it lightly. I definitely, again, am high support of what your agenda is, and of course, as you say, we should have these conversations about our means of getting there, and that's going to be an open conversation for forever to come, right? We'll always be updating what we're trying to accomplish and the best ways to get there.
Yeah. And I wanted to just say to my brother Reggie, I hadn't gotten soft, I've just gotten older. And when you
I didn't say you were soft. I didn't say you were soft. I will never say that you're soft. Because I know you.
When you get older, you have to find new ways of teaching
and pick your battles.
And it's like trying to walk with your bad knee. You know you can't run. So you have to go study the 52 blocks with Mahalio so you can take somebody out quickly because you can't run. So, but right now we're in a situation. I had a beautiful time with Brother Logic, and his questions, solid questions. And it's not; those are not just questions you are asking. Those are questions I'm getting from a lot of other young people around the country. And I just did a piece with Tariq last week, and him and I sat down before the piece, and we had a conversation. We had a conversation on the phone before, looking at some of these same ideas. And even I was able to take some of the questions he asked and bring about the answers I thought it needed to be done. We live in a world which is making itself very clear to us that they're deathly afraid of the world looking like us, intellectually or spiritually. And so that's what all this closed down the museum. They can close every museum in America and the world. It does not change the essence of who the African must be, nor does it change what we must do if we're going to be economically, politically, and culturally solvent and able to defend ourselves. I'm not afraid of his atomic bomb. Who is he going to drop it on? You know, where's he going to drop it? And then he's going to be able to work in that contaminated space. So there's nothing to fear because he's winning by winning us over to his stupidness based on greed and material wants. And we sell out our whole people for it. We see this idiot in the Congo right now talking about mineral treaties with the present government so that they can come in and help fight M23. If I had to go fight for anybody, I'd go and fight for M23 because I know the history and I know who M23 is and why they exist in the Congo. And I know that the current president helped to kill Patrice, his father helped to kill Patrice Lumumba. So that's why I come back to my starting the whole thing. History helps you erase mystery, right? History tells you where you are and what you're supposed to be doing. I think Dr. Clark said it much better than me. But if you're an African and think you can start history with being an African American, you're already lost coming out of the gate. You have to study your history for as far back as it can take you. In whatever multiple spaces it manifests itself. And then you bring that information to your present situation and see how can I use it, or what of it can I use so that I can be victorious against the forces that are arrayed against me, especially those that are coming at me politically, economically, and culturally, and spiritually. And then for our people, we've got to explain all these things to our people. What does political mean? What does economic mean? What does culture mean? What does spiritual mean? Because we assume, because people say these things, they understand what these things mean. And I found out that our people don't. And so you got to take a little more time and try to give definition to the concepts we're fighting about. We spent last year $1.6 trillion. We got money. We don't have to figure out how to make money. But how did we make the 1.6 trillion and what did we do with it? That's what we need to ask ourselves. Not how we're going to make another 1.6 trillion. We already know how to do that. We need to study how did we do that? And what did we do with that? And what could we have done with that to make sure we live in safe communities, we live in healthy communities, that hospital works for our people, that educational system works for our people. And if we can't ensure the health of our community, we can't ensure the health of our children educationally, and we are spending $1.6 trillion, and we are living in the Prince George's community and the multiple rich communities in California and New York and other parts of Maryland and Virginia. What are we talking about? There is a definition of a traitor. And we don't have to, it doesn't have to be coon, it could be anything else. Every society have a definition of those who will betray the ancestors and the group the ancestors produce that is in need of survival help. And we have to be very clear when we start talking labels are not an identity. Identity comes from history, not from labeling. We've been called a lot of things, Negro, this goes, that goes. Those are not identities, those are labels. And only the label that can define your historical experience that allow you to arrive at where you've arrived should be appropriate if the people as a mass accept that as their label. And so I don't know what else to say about it, except I listened to the elders like Dessalines in Haiti, and he said, freedom or death. I listened to Malcolm X, who gave his life for us, as Dessalines did. They were both young men. And he said, secret to life is to have no fear. I watched the people like a Patrice Lumumba, who knew they were coming after him. He didn't back down. He could have sold out like Kasavubu did or Mobutu did, but he didn't do that. And so we study history to see what is the best model, what is the best example of how I should behave. What are the principles they use? What are the principles we should stand on to build the next generation? Because we're going to all die. Knowing that, what do we leave for tomorrow? What do we leave as a blueprint for how to go forward? You know, Black community in California burned to the ground. Most people didn't know that Black community was there until that fire came. And it's an old Black community that's been there since the 1920s. And they're trying to build their community back. How many of us are looking to see how can we help them? How old is that community? Who settled there? It was the Blacks who came from Mississippi, Louisiana, after the Great Depression, mainly, that built that community. And there's multiple communities like that around this country. So let's do some assessing and appraising of what we have on the ground and see how we can build better relationships. And the word pan simply means unity, unite, to unite. And we should stop fighting about foolishness. And our young people are fighting about foolishness simply because they're ignorant. They don't know the history. It took Sister Diane Wright to teach us that Booker T. Washington went with the boys to England and helped set up that first Pan-African Conference. And yet Booker T. Washington is treated like garbage by most Black people because they don't know who he is. But he's the one that brought Marcus Garvey to America, but they don't know who he was. Most Black men, I don't know whether you men can do it, can tell you where and when Booker T. Washington died. You know, he died on a train in Baltimore on the way back to Tuskegee after having been poisoned in New York. And so there's so much history can teach us about what we need to do to go forward now and today. And you got scholars, I consider you an extraordinary scholar. I consider Reggie an extraordinary scholar. I've now met Brother Logic, and you impressed me, Logic, and you're strong. And Brother Reggie, I beat up on him a little bit, but my new way. But he's a strong brother. And those questions I hear on a lot of other programs that I do with the young people. And I try to get them to at least understand what is our situation now, economically, politically, and culturally. How are we going to get out of this? Not for our generation, because most of us have gotten out. Most of us here probably been to college. We've got good incomes and so forth. But what about my children? What am I going to leave as an assurance that they will have the opportunity to provide food, clothing, and shelter for themselves and their family? That's the key discussion. Then it comes down to methodology and approaches. So I thank you, brothers. My throat is tired.
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't. Because sometimes they get to arguing.
The two of you I had to speak for a long time visually. So,
how's your cash app? How's your
they
cash?
got you. Yeah, they got you.
Yeah, we got them.
They got them.
Yes, the brothers took my cash app, but I appreciate you, brothers. I appreciate the gift that you send beforehand. So just keep doing the teaching. The thing is, we just have to remember, we're not 1,000 people. We are nearly 50 or 60 million. They say 45 million, but they always lie. So almost at 60 million that we have an obligation to inform and instruct and teach. So just keep doing the work. Reach as many people as you can. Inform as many people as you can. Because it is information that gives people opportunity to make change and to grow themselves. So I'm going to say, Hotep. I'm going to say,
Good evening.
And then I'm going to say,
Good evening. I appreciate you again.
Like I told a man in Mecca when I was in trouble years ago, and he spoke to me in Yoruba, and I was like in really bad shape, and I didn't know what he was saying. And he said it again, and I said, "Oh, sir, I speak only English." He said, "I speak English too." And so, good night, my brothers. Y'all stay strong, stay blessed.
All right, appreciate you.
Definitely
appreciate you.
Now we can fight. Now we can fight.
Yeah. I was gonna say that's what I was gonna say before we get into this. That community that he was talking about was Altadena. I could put some links in the chat. That community, yeah, that was. It's funny that he even not funny, but it's poignant that he brought that up. But that's Altadena, California. He was talking about. So, all right, Reggie. So we're not Pan-Africans. Let me catch up. We're not Pan-Africans. And while we may have our disagreements, I was really trying to make sure that Professor Small's conversation and logic, you handled that well. Because I know ideologically y'all don't agree on a lot of things, but the fact that you played it with class and some grace, I think that's a good example to set, especially when we have someone who, I mean, the man he bodyguarded Malcolm X. That's the end of the
Collins' bodyguard. He learned from Malcolm X.
Oh, learned from Malcolm X.
Collins' bodyguard.
Okay, right? Cool.
He came after Malcolm got murdered, and he came to New York, and he decided that he is going to continue the movement.
Okay, cool. So
I don't want to say anything wrong, and then they
no. I agree with that. But no, my main point is, I mean, while it's cool to disagree and it's entertaining, sometimes it is good to, like I said, I mean that we do not treat the people in prison and we do not treat our elderly well in the United States, in all communities. So I think it's best sometimes just to show some reverence and listen to the legacy of Professor James Smalls while we still have him. We're losing people like this 40 going west. All right, before everybody speaks, right? Jose been very quiet. He hasn't unmuted his mic, hasn't said a word. Jose, take a minute or so and say what you thought about what we discussed and then what you joined the panel for. And the link is in the chat. Join the conversation if you'd like. James, you could definitely join the conversation. I see you are typing away. So you're more than welcome to join the conversation. We're going to have a short conversation. Go ahead, Jose.
I want to know if you heard what he said and you're listening to what he said.
Yeah. We did the show, but go ahead.
That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know, because I realize sometimes we fight for no reason.
Who?
No, I would fight, but since the professor was on, I'm not going to do that tonight.
Who fights for no reason? Be specific.
Yeah, say it, because they can cut this video and split it.
Yeah.
Tonight,
now you can go. Now you can go.
And he didn't come in that spirit. I don't want the show to go that route.
No.
say what?
The interview is over. This is the after party where the drinks get served. This is a different conversation. So now, don't pause. Say what you want to say
before, but Ankh would be familiar with me and know that I have a
pseudo understanding of the world.
No,
sure do.
Not at all. Not at
and
all.
a terrible camera.
I know.
Right.
I
Wipe off the
and a terrible camera. Hey, we in the after party. There's no holds barred.
How you gonna understand Egypt? You can't even get a good like. Come on, man. See, I ain't.
No, but what I'm saying to you is you can't turn the elders into sound bites and YouTube videos and misquote them because it doesn't look good.
Oh, who did that? No, who did that though? Who did that?
All of us do it because he wasn't.
No, who did that though? I ain't never did that with none of the elders.
All of us do that.
No, speak for yourself.
I mean, I know you're doing the absolutes, but part of the reason why we brought him on here to speak for himself is because the one thing about the YouTube videos people don't understand is we don't really care. If you're really doing shows, you might have a baseline of how many people watch you live, but these shows will be on YouTube forever. Yeah. So he got a chance. If you listen to what he said and then you chose to go listen to somebody else misquote what he's saying, that's fine. I want to get the actual person on here so that you can listen to what they said and soak up what they said. There's not a concern about comprehension.
But what about the ones who are no longer here to defend themselves? He is here. The other ones that we talk about are not here. Some of them are not here anymore.
Well, then they mean they did. They mean they did.
Yeah, it just means they're not here.
But a lot of the other ones that we quote are dead. They can't defend themselves any longer.
But they words and they work is out there. So it is what it is. That's why I don't be pseudo. And you ain't gotta worry about it when you dead. I know when I die, I'm be good. When I'm dead, they're gonna say that nigga was at least up to par with the scientific and academic standard of that day. Although it may have changed since he's dead, we know this nigga was solid right there. See, I ain't gotta never worry about it. See,
let me say something.
I worry about that, bro.
Let me say something to you, Uncle.
I said it. You heard me though, right? You had to hear what I said.
No, I hear you.
No, what did I actually say?
I heard you.
They're gonna say this man was with the academic standard and the scientific rigor and consensus of the day.
I agree.
That's what they're gonna say. All right. And all of it could have been wrong. Right? Everything I said, you ever heard me say could end up being wrong. It's 2 left feet. But they're gonna say, but that nigga ain't make that shit up though. That's what they're gonna say about me. And I stand on that. So when I'm dead, let the video speak. Now,
let me say something.
And just because you did don't mean a person can't say something about something wrong you said. They just need to get it right. I just want to. I want all that smoke because I like that. Don't say nothing about it. Well, take the goddamn videos down then. When they die, take this shit off YouTube, and we ain't gotta see that shit no more, and we don't gotta critique it. We don't gotta do nothing. How about that? When you die, take your videos down. Family, when your great speakers die, take their videos down. That way we ain't gotta talk about it. We good.
But
Come on, man.
I respect that you are scientifically literate, and I would never deny that.
Yeah, you don't respect it. You don't.
No, I said I respect that you are scientifically literate, and I would never take that from you.
You can't, but see, you can't. No matter how hard you try, you actually can't.
Can I finish my statement?
I know you wouldn't take it from me because you can't. But if you could, you would. You would try me on that if you could.
But can I finish my statement though?
Yes.
Go ahead.
My statement is when you are talking about chemistry in certain instances, you can't make a scientific argument about everything.
Yes, you can.
Brother, when you're talking about the
talking biology, bro.
Culture, if you don't know the language and the culture, you can't make a scientific argument.
You made that up. You made that up.
Yeah. If I actually
nobody needs to go to the moon to recognize what the moon is made of. I want you to know that I don't have to go to the moon to know what the moon is made of. I do not have to speak ancient. Nobody speaks ancient Egyptian. Did you know that though?
I'm not arguing with that point. What I'm saying is,
but you know nobody speaks ancient Egyptian. I want you to know they don't know what the hell it sounds like. So now what?
I agree with you, but the point I'm making is if you have no baseline understanding of the language and somebody asks you what the word means, you can't argue the meaning of the word if you don't know.
Yes, I can. Just like I might not know the definition for the damn word, I can go to the dictionary and say, nigga, you made that up based off of up-to-date dictionaries. You don't know what the hell you talking about.
And do you know? And do you know when you deal with Egyptological dictionaries and lexicons, they take a lot of liberties with the translations, and they add things in that are not actually in the translation for clarity.
You made that up. Come on, bro.
No, No,
They trying to make it comprehensible, bro.
bro,
So
I understand that.
okay,
Look
come
in
on, man.
dictionaries, they have words with meanings. They have question marks with medunetia. They have a meaning with a question mark. They have things in parentheses, and they just have a word with question marks because they don't know what certain words mean. There's no concept of certain ideas from ancient Kemet into English, so they can't explain everything.
So why do y'all call Egypt Kemet when all of, and that's right there, the guy just said it. Why in the hell do y'all call all of Egypt Kemet then? When Naxal is just talking about the areas of the Kim, inside the Kim, you know, the black soil areas.
We understand that initially
I can't tell.
the word Kemet wasn't a place name.
It was.
A
Yes,
later.
it was.
Initially, it wasn't. It was not.
Oh, man. Okay. Initially, come on, man. Come on.
It wasn't.
What was it then?
If you listen to Reggie, he explained to you the first instance that he shows you in the TLA. It wasn't a place name.
In the T. Well, y'all play.
It was describing Unas, who was in the Sudbidi. It was describing him. It was not a place name. Later on, it became a place name.
No, that's all we talking about though. When it was a place name, we ain't talking about them describing the complexion of somebody, bro. See how y'all twist it and play with it?
Beyond that.
No, it don't, man. Y'all, no, it don't go beyond trying to be an African American. And black is not synonymous with African. How about all that? All that means something.
Black is not synonymous with African?
No, of course not. How could African be synonymous with black?
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Well, Jose,
any other color to describe Africans other than black?
So, Jose, what I'll say scientifically and culturally, those people believed in the Apis bull, the Menware bull, the Montu bull, and the Bacchus bull, right?
Right to the bulls immediately.
Immediately, because
you wasted no time.
I mean, he ain't even breathe.
Because I know the culture of those people and what they wrote, and so they had no problem. No one has any problem calling the cattle black. But if you read the literature, humans are divine cattle, sacred cattle. How do I know that? Because I know the text. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. I just want to come in and defend my brother Jose.
No, right? So what does that mean though? We can never understand it. Nobody on it. I don't never understand what that means. What are you actually saying? That they call the cattle black? Of course they could see. Of course.
Okay.
But who made
the cattle? Who made it sacred and divine? The people, because they made themselves akin to that cattle. So when it says that he is the Sai Kim, Sa Sit Kemet, he is the black ram born of the black sheep. And that's the first time that you hear Kemet. I know this.
I know, but what does it mean though? They talking about animals at that point, bro.
That's what they were, cattle culture.
Okay, so what are you trying to say though? We're talking about when we saying they called themselves black people. We talking about when they say they called the land of Kemet. Come on, bro.
I don't say that they call themselves black people based on their skin color, the same as they don't call the Apis bull specifically because of his skin color. There are attributes. Those are called clines. You know that word, or you should.
I don't know what you mean. They didn't know nothing about no clines already.
You don't want to know what I mean.
It's uncomprehendable, bro.
But you know what it is? You know it's not. I love it when I talk to you. Let me put my camera on because I love it.
Uncomprehendable, Reggie. I'm just being honest, yo. And you my man. Nobody can comprehend the conversation. I'm saying that it's impossible to comprehend the conversation, and it shouldn't be this goddamn hard. You know, the explanation should be very simple.
You don't know the culture.
How? I know the culture just as much
as you. You don't know the writings.
I know it. No, I know Egyptian culture as much as you do and anybody else. Now what?
Oh, no, you don't?
Test me.
Because you don't know the language.
See, that's the game. See, so that's you don't know what the moon is made out of because you never went to the moon. That is crazy.
Watch this. You can't match. You don't know how to do that. Reggie, you can't find. Watch this. You cannot match the words in the dictionary.
Hey, Reggie. I'm not talking you about Kemet. No, we're not. No. Hey, Reggie, I was gonna tell you something too. I noticed something. I wasn't on the panel when it was happening, when your octave gets real high, your mic cuts out. I know you was kind of thinking we was pausing you, but every now and then your mic will go in and out. I don't know if it's the octave or maybe it's a short or something, but I don't think nobody told you. Your mic is going in and out. That's not us doing that.
Jose has a problem with his screen. I have a problem with my mic. I'm gonna lower my voice.
No. Jose just got to clean the Vaseline off that
Yeah,
damn
he just
screen.
got
It'd be all right.
stop playing.
He got Vaseline and stop using Nokias in 2025. It'd be all right.
All
But
right.
shouts to you, Mr. Francis. So now let's stay with the cup before we go to Egypt.
I didn't even want to go to that.
Yeah, because everybody knows this is. I don't know why this conversation follows me because I don't like the conversation. But Professor Small says something that I won't give pushback then, but it'd be a separate conversation. I think I'll be on the next interview. But he said that Pan-Africanism is a concept, not an organization, and I don't think that goes through the wash. So I know people consider themselves Pan-Africanists in the chat or on the panel too. There are actual organizations, buildings with Pan-Africanism. You got the Prince of Pan-Africanism running around saying whatever he's saying, this person saying whatever they're saying. And there are people collecting money behind these concepts. There are people that are, taking money from Black people behind these concepts. I know the AU exists. If I looked it up, I know there's at least like 4 or 5. Right. There's 4 or 5 other Pan-African organizations that are actual, taking in proceeds. So it can't just be a concept at this point. Brother Reggie, when you said what you said, I don't know what everybody else's issue is with Pan-Africanism or any of these groups, FBA, ADOS, whatever. The one thing that boggles me is the lack of a unified message. So when the message isn't unified, and I'm hearing from Professor Smalls that it's a concept, and then I could easily look up and see it's not a concept. It's not just a concept, but maybe that's what it is to him, or maybe that's what it is. What is the actual tagline? Is it an organization? Is it a movement? Is it a concept? You're a Pan-Africanist, I think. I don't want to put that jacket on you, but I think so. What exactly is it, or am I wrong in saying what I'm saying?
Okay, let me put my camera on.
Okay.
So my professor on this subject of Pan-Africanism is Dr. John Henry Clark. Someone I knew. He was my extended grandfather, my grandfather, right?
Okay.
He says that Pan-Africanism is an idea, right? It's simply an idea. People have come and found different strategies in which they attempt to use the term. Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop did not use Pan-Africanism. He used Federated States, right? He never used that. But
it can be both, right, Reggie?
He's in
organization in the idea, right?
Yes, we haven't had a working strategy, but I said I am a Black nationalist first. Yeah, that's who I am. And but I don't think that Africa can get it right. So there was the Organization of African Unity. They didn't respect African Americans, right? They didn't want to partner with us unless the white man told them. And then it was the AU who has the same strategy, right? I'm Professor Small is my student. Is my teacher, my mentor. I have other mentors, and some of his mentors, some of my mentors or his mentors, right? So I have a direct relationship with. Remember, I met him when he was 39 years old. Now, my problem is that I have 40 brothers, right, that worked under him, and I need to know myself. I don't have to actually articulate everything that he is going through. But when I served under him, right, he was hard. What today he lets a lot of things pass because that's his method now, to try to talk to people that I wouldn't talk to the way. And I just feel a certain type of way. And some of my brothers feel a certain type of way. because we actually stood up tall in people's faces. You see me on Sonetta, right?
Mhm.
Older, I'm 60. But some of those people, when they said different things, we would go and see them, not violently, but we would put them on the spot, like Unc puts us on the spot, right? For your generation. But we for them. So I can't tell you how many of the elders I have had to threaten and the things that I've had to do based on their foolishness, right? And yeah, I'm meek now. I'm small. I'm meek and all of that. But that's not who I was. And then my thing was them. I came from the projects.
You 6'3", yo, you tripping.
I came from the
6'3", 6'4", telling he little.
No, my arms is little. My chest is little. I keep myself thin because I don't want to be scary and stuff like that, and scare people.
Crazy. We always playing the wounded animal routine.
But right.
Wounded animals are dangerous.
Wounded animal. So I will tell you. So what they put us through, we stood up against everybody, the Nation of Islam, everybody we stood up to. And I'm just saying that he has a right to say I mischaracterize him, but I have 30, 40 brothers that served under him. And we like his relationship with Umar, he's nicer than he should. Sometimes with Tariq, he's nicer than he should. Some of these other people, and I have, how can I say?
That ain't his job, though. That's our job. That ain't his job.
Yeah, you catch more flies with honey.
Okay, yeah, but that's fine. Y'all didn't serve under him. You was not a soldier under him. So I do understand, and so I don't.
I ain't never been a soldier though, Reggie.
Huh?
I ain't never been a
soldier. Yeah, you're a soldier in United States military. You're a soldier.
I was a Marine though, but I never was a soldier.
Yeah, you're a soldier of soldiers.
Yeah, a Marine ain't a soldier.
You lay them down. Well, yeah, well. Okay, well, you was a Marine, so you should know what I'm talking about. So I can talk to him, and so what I wanted to do was just simply say, hey, elder, good brother, mentor, right? Turn up the conversation, because some of these people, he doesn't hear them often. I hear y'all all more often. I hear this dude talking about Garvey, somebody long and dead, about some things that they said he did, and he may have done those things in his time. And none of us is good to the bone, right? So he may have made some mistakes to build his organization, right? But his heart was for doing what he was doing. What if the United States says it was a crime? The United States can make anybody a criminal, right? So, and I'm not saying what I'm just saying is when Garvey was doing that, that was the security laws of that time period, and that's when the security laws was beginning. And they used that tactic of Garvey on a lot of black leaders, right? So whatever the case, but I want to get to.
No. Answer that question though, real quick, Reggie. Just in a sentence, if you could. If it is Pan-African, I know you're saying it's an idea, but I'm showing you that there's councils. There's a Pan-African Council. There's an All-African People's Revolutionary Party, the African Union, Organization of African Trade Union, Unity. These are all Pan-Africanist themed organizations. So when you say that it's a concept, but I could pull up the organizations that actually exist, where's the what's the disconnect? What am I missing in trying to learn?
Okay, most Pan-African, for example, in Africa, most Pan-African, what you're calling Pan-Africanism, is Pan-Africanism for the West. It's not Pan-Africanism for the African. It's Pan-Africanism. They want to send their kids to these schools. They want the dollar, right? They want the crypto. They want access to oil, access to Gucci, Fucci, right? They want that, right? And so they will make partnerships. And so most of the people, most of the early leaders, and Professor Small talked about those people who died they wouldn't partner with the West. Thomas Sankara, we saw Thomas Sankara before he died. He wouldn't partner with the West, but his friend who killed him partnered with the West, right? And was protected by the West, right? So we can go down a whole list of African leaders who did not partner with the West, and then there is people who partnered with the West. So I don't disagree with you. There are organizations calling themselves Pan-Africanists, but they're Pan-Africanists for the West. They will sell their yellow cake, they will sell their oil and diamonds, right, to the West, and then get mad like South Africa when Elon Musk puts kind of like sanctions on them, right? And they're like, well, you our friend, and Elon Musk and them is saying, no, you're not our friend. You're a hoe. You're a hoe, right? You're a hoe, and you're a slave, and keep sending me those diamonds and keep sending me those gold. How could America and the rest of the people have a gold reserve? Most of their gold comes from Africa. Doesn't come from America. Doesn't come from anywhere else but Africa. How they got it? Because of Africans partnered with them. Now, I love Africa. I have been there. I've devoted a long time, but that doesn't stop me from talking about their problems, right? They don't see me. They don't see me like they see themselves. They don't come to Co-op City where I'm presiding at and say, I found you, my long lost brother. I found you. No, we do that for them.
What
right?
are you talking about, Reggie?
You maybe if you
I'm trying to we went from
you don't want to listen,
I'm listening, yo. I'm trying to feel the hey, y'all
I answer this question.
Y'all hear what he's saying?
Understood. Why can't you understand? You don't want to understand. I am saying,
bro, I'm not gonna sit up here.
Africanism is an idea. Who said it? Dr. John Henry Clark. Dr. John Henry Clark, in his last book before he died, says it's an idea, right?
Yo, you went to somebody didn't partner with Europe, didn't.
No, because I'm explaining to you that the modern day Pan-African, the countries that are saying that they're Pan-African, they are not. I can give you a bunch
Africa? Do they say they Pan-African?
No. They say that what they say is they're the Organization of Afro Unity. They say that they're the African Unity, the AU. What's
wrong with that?
They're Pan-Africanists.
What's wrong with that? They're in their country. Why can't they say that?
Because that's the whole point. They're interested in their personal country wealth.
Oh, they supposed to be though.
They should though. Like
that's real.
Oh no, the Chinese figured that out. That's what you didn't understand about Professor Small said. Europe didn't say that. What? Europe didn't say that. Europe fought whole wars on unity. They unified themselves. Africa is still separated.
Don't let that man sit up here and do that, man. Come on, man.
Can I hop in for a second?
Yeah, go ahead, Kyle.
All right, and peace to everybody on here. And these conversations, they really go nowhere. Be honest with you, because there's no infrastructure. The concept of Pan-Africanism relies on each person that is participating in that particular ideology to develop their base infrastructure in their own place. So if we as African Americans subscribe to the ideology of Pan-Africanism, before we can even attach ourselves to Africans on the African continent, we got to create an infrastructure here in America that we can build out. We do that through those organizations that were just on that screen. And we can't even get that part right to even have some type of unity within our organizations. And I think that just thinking that we can just become Pan-Africans because we say we want to, without an infrastructure, without bringing anything to the idea of Pan-Africanism, is just it's a religious statement. It makes you feel good to say you Pan-African, but if you're not working actively to build out the infrastructure to actually bring something that you can trade or bring some type of need for an alliance, then we're just talking at that point. Like, I don't understand.
Well, I don't disagree with that. And that I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. It's just that I was trained by Pan-Africanists. That's the difference. I mean, Dr. Jeffries and Wadu, right? They which I worked under them. They had what they thought was a working framework of Pan-Africanism.
Oh no, I'm not going against what you're saying, Reggie. I was just making a statement to add that to the conversation.
Okay, I agree with you.
I think that a lot of times we talk about Pan-Africanism and we go and we revere these Africans that are Pan-African, that are on the continent, that have established things within their nation, and then say that we're Pan-Africans and why are we not reaching out to them? And the main reason is because we lack the accountability, just being 100 with you, in America to do things to have that liberation or whatever it is. A lot of us collectively lack that inspiration or motivation to do those things, and we're not being held accountable because in the system of Pan-Africanism, it's just simply a belief or ideology, and it doesn't require you to do anything. And not you, but like it doesn't require people to care.
You're correct.
So you can just be a Pan-Africanist. Like you don't have to actually. You can say I'm a Pan-Africanist. I can, but I'm trying to. Cause see, like Reggie, where I have the issue. Oh, go ahead, Kaya. I apologize. I cut your thought. Go ahead.
No. You good.
Okay. No. Because we have these conversations in the Discord, and people say, I'm Pan-Africanist. I'm Pan-Africanist. I said, so what are you doing? Like, do y'all have meetings? Do y'all have an account? Do y'all have are y'all taking trips to the continent or something like that? And they're like, no. I'm like, all right, well, so then what are you doing other than saying that you're a Pan-Africanist? Because when I look up Pan-Africanism, to me, it's just me, or you look at the definition of Pan-Africanism, it seems like it's mainly about the countries on the continent.
That's
and
correct.
unifying those countries on the continent, and everybody else that's focused on Pan-Africanism, it seems to be like a totally another thing. And then nobody wants to claim Umar, but he's the one that's basically, if you ask somebody in social media on the street, they think he's the prince of Pan-Africanism, and he's a nut. So now you got a situation where it's the actual Pan-Africanism is happening in Africa. Whatever is happening in the United States, it don't seem real because nobody is like actually, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing, are y'all trying to help those countries unite in Africa? Or are you trying to bring everybody together to unite and then go to Africa? Like the message is what, that's why when you were saying earlier with Professor Smalls, when you're saying that we don't agree with Pan-Africanism or maybe we're not Pan-Africanists, I could never, ever put money towards, time towards anything, something like that, even if the mission is true, even if it made me feel better, even if it made me feel good to say I'm a Pan-Africanist, it's so unorganized. And then I'm not tying myself to Dr. Umar Johnson. Never. I would never do that. He's an embarrassment. I would say, especially with this new deadbeat mess, he's an embarrassment.
Yeah,
so,
and
go ahead.
I guess to be more concise, what I'm hearing you say, Reggie, is that the Africans are doing it wrong and the Americans are doing it right. That you're saying the complete opposite of basically everything else. That they over there kind of like getting it wrong, and we got to fix what they doing wrong over there so it could be real, and ours over here is the real thing, and they doing it.
No, how can you fix another country? Hold on, Reggie. Listen, man, how can you fix another country from America?
Yeah.
Hell, America can't even fix countries. And to say there's a pan Europe is ridiculous. Nobody never heard of that before. They fought World War I, World War II because they wasn't unified. And they allied, and as soon as they switched, Russia switched and went against Germany. Come on, man. When? With the Roman Empire? No, hell no, the Roman Empire went to Germania. Went to the Brits, killed them half to death, went to the forces. There was never that. And then why would we put that type of pressure? It's a lofty goal, bro. The best they need to do is to learn how to trade with each other. That'd be a good start. Look, you know what I mean? Trade ideas. But they need to keep their sovereignty. It's important. Kenya needs to be Kenya. They need to have Kenyan liberation. They don't need South African liberation or West Africa. They don't need that. I mean, for real. Like, I mean, what are we talking about here? We put unrealistic expectations, okay, on Africa and Pan-Africanism. That's why it ain't work. It's doomed. We in the space age, man.
Okay. The Europeans learned something about Africa. They can divide and conquer, right? And they conquered Africa, right? And the Arabs conquered Africa for the same reason, right?
Why you letting me do it, Logic?
Wait. So
Europeans
ain't why do you keep cutting me off?
Because you just
right?
It's not fair, bro. You got people listening to this thinking they actually.
You know why I can talk? Because I got college. You know why I can talk? Because I've been in Black Studies classes with the best of them.
I just wanted to hear you say that. I know I get you mad. You can start putting off your resume. I like that.
Yeah. So that's why I can talk. That's why I can talk to Professor Small, and he can say whatever he wants to say about I mischaracterize him.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Fine. Yeah, and he did say that. And I said my situation is with that is that I knew him since he was 39 years old, right? And they taught me how to study. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be agreeable with everything that they say. I understand what he is saying, but let me get to Dr. Clark, right? Dr. Clark said, in addition to a need for a total reconsideration of Pan-Africanism. So he called for a need for a total reconsideration of Pan-Africanism, right? He wants, or his understanding is, it should be a cultural revolution is needed for the whole of the African world, right? So we must undergo a cultural revolution, right? That means African people must learn to love each other and do things in our best interest, right? Now, that I'm not making that up. I'm going to one of the last Pan-Africans.
So that's going to leave African Americans out.
No. He says, see, this is listening comprehension. He said a cultural revolution is needed for the whole of the African world.
Yeah, but what? Man, African Americans.
Dr. Clark.
I don't get that.
Yo, what you talking about?
Argue with Dr. John
they don't want to?
Don't argue with me.
We can't
I'm just reading what he says. Don't argue with me. Don't say you don't understand Reggie, because Reggie's reading.
No, I understand what you're saying now, Reggie. I'm just saying, but so you got continental Africans and then you got African Americans. We developed a whole nother culture, bro. We're not culturally Africans at all. Nowhere near remotely close. And we should not be. Them days is gone, bro. We connect back there, and then half the people mess that up. We trying to connect back and get some semblance to try to piece together some shit, and niggas make that up. So how can you piece together anything if you're lying just like the white people did? It makes no sense to me, bro. I'm gonna say this. If we're looking back to the future, if we're looking back to the past, Reggie, think about this, Reggie. Let's just be real, man to man. If we're looking to the past to help us move forward, right? Then when you look to the past, there has to be some type of accuracy to it. If not, if it can just be any goddamn thing you make up, then it don't matter anyway. Let's just make this shit up. Stop getting on my damn nerves then about the Africa, because you just make it up.
I'm not making anything up, my dude. I'm reading from Dr. John Henry Clark, one of the last Pan-Africanists.
So you're going to put him in it? That's not what I just said, Reggie.
No, then argue with Dr. John Henry Clark.
He's not living for me to argue with him.
Dr. John Henry Clark was wrong.
Wrong
about Go on the record without reading his book and say that Dr. John Henry Clark.
You read it, Reggie. You just said, read the passage again. I'm asking you, did it include African Americans? Because I didn't hear it. I didn't hear Africans, right? Which would mean continental Africans and continental Africans that went abroad. You can't be talking about us because we African Americans. We're culturally and socially African Americans. We Black African power. We hip hop. We all that. We definitely not continental Africans. We don't need act the same.
So let me read the passage again.
Read it again. I'm listening to the African Americans. Go ahead. Read it again.
All right.
Make sure I can get you right.
It says, in addition to a need for a total reconsideration of Pan-Africanism, we need to reconsider it.
So he knew back then. You got to read.
Let me finish reading the passage.
Get it. Go ahead, bro. I'm just trying to get it.
He says a cultural revolution is needed within the whole of the African world.
Now, what's the African world, bro? What is the African world?
That includes Black America. That includes the Caribbean. That includes Africans in the Caribbean, Africans in Europe, Africans on the continent.
So anywhere people. Yeah, man. I don't know.
No, the difference is you heard it. You don't have to know, right? So I'm reading with
I didn't know he was talking about African Americans too, guys.
Oh, yeah. First of all, Pan-Africanism.
So anywhere African go is their world, basically.
No.
That you have to be based off what you said. Anywhere Africans go, it's their world, right?
It's part anywhere where the people of Africa have went, right? We need to reconsider what Pan-Africanism is. We need to reconsider it, right? What it means.
On our side, though, Red.
So that means that it's an idea.
Yeah.
That means it's an idea. That means if you need to reconsider it, that means it's only an idea.
But why did you throw up the book? Why you throw up the book when I made the point on accuracy? Am I the only one saying this?
This is the first time you used the word accuracy.
No, I didn't. I said when getting our story, and I said it when the professor was on, I said if the very idea is to get some type of unity, and maybe that unity had existed in prehistoric time or something like that, I don't know, right? And accuracy and understanding Africa and its people, it would be at a premium if knowing your story helped you move forward. Man, logic argued back and forth for this concept the whole time, and we can clearly agree on the shit got to be accurate. And I said, if it ain't accurate, then it don't matter if the shit is real or not. So let's just make the shit up then.
Because that's why.
So it can't be that it need to be real and accurate.
But that's all I said.
Then you threw John B. Clark book in there in the midst of me saying that. That ain't got nothing to do with Clark.
But Dr. Clark said what you said. You just don't understand. He says it has to be a reconsideration. That means to make it accurate. He says.
Well, then I said he's fighting on my side. Then didn't I say that?
No,
I said it sounded like he's on my side.
No. If you're trying to make it accurate, then you'd have to be admitting that there's some inaccuracies, right?
That's correct,
Reggie. So I'm agreeing. So why you get on me when I said it sounded like he's fighting on my side? You supposed to say, yeah, you're right, Unc.
What I'm saying is we got to this point of an agreement. I said that Pan-Africanism is an idea. He says that before there could be a Pan-Africanism, there has to be a cultural revolution. That's what he says. So I never said. I said who I am. I'm a Black nationalist, right? I said in America I'm a Black Black nationalist, right? But I do know that
you're a scholar.
I don't know what a cultural revolution is. If I had to just be complete, I don't know what that would look like as a whole for the entire African world. I don't know what that means. Does that mean we all?
Well, you know what? That's because you never took a Black studies class.
Culture, right?
Dr. Clark taught me that you have to understand history to understand African history. Understand history first. So
history though, not the made-up history.
And how China and all of the different provinces in China had a cultural revolution. You don't understand that? You don't understand that Europe had a cultural revolution.
I'm just saying, I don't
only
understand
when it
what
comes to
the
Africa.
world, the whole African world. I say I don't understand what it would look like for the whole African world.
Didn't we have a cultural revolution in America though?
Yes, we have cultural revolution.
No, we did.
We did. What are you talking about? Right? So we went through the same thing.
We do.
We're literally in the midst.
Okay, I'm gonna give you an example.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give you an example.
And it's your fault, Brass, because it's your man you got in the office. Hey, Reggie, let's move it. Let's go get
you stayed on too long.
Let's move to Trump right now, Reggie. Let's get him, Reggie.
All I want to do is say, does Israel, does those that call themselves Jews, right?
Okay.
They went through a cultural revolution after the World War II, where every Jewish person, no matter what, will defend Israel. They had a
it was not a continent, bro. See, that's the difference you keep missing. I get your point.
No, it don't have to be a continent.
Obviously, because we need an example then. You've given me a great example. Hold on. You've given me a great example of the Jewish people. That could actually be the African Americans could do that. But you're talking about a whole damn continent, bro. That's never gonna happen.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, Europe. I ain't never seen it in what you call Europe.
What's your favorite book? Let me talk to Logic for a second.
Okay,
what's your favorite books that you have read on Pan-Africanism and African studies?
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm telling you, that's not that we shouldn't do that right now.
So you illiterate. So Logic, you illiterate, but the name is Logic. So you haven't. I'm just asking.
How about if that stuff that you was talking about and you was reading was so cold, you would have fixed goddamn Africa by now. How about that? How about all them books that all y'all read and wrote? He just came on here and told me for 4 hours that we still gotta revamp it. So I'm gonna read.
That's what Dr. Clark said.
I gotta go back and read something 30, 40 years ago just so I can adjust it today. Why don't I just adjust it? I can lay out my own goddamn plan. I'm trying to tell you, like you trying to escalate it, and I'm trying not to escalate it. See. And I'm like, you trying to.
No, I want you to escalate it.
You ain't that slick. Come on, brother.
No, he said escalate. No lies. He said, escalate.
Yeah,
he's being very clear.
I don't want to escalate. I'm trying to talk to you on a real level. Like,
you can't talk to now. A Logic, somebody trying to escalate it. You cannot talk to them on a cool level
and get all of them on the same page. Come on, now that. Me reading them books is not going to get all of Africa on the same page, right? You can't get all of the Africans to read that same goddamn book, but I got to read the book. What kind of shit is that, bro? If they all read it, are they all going to agree with you, right? Now, they published that same book over there in Africa.
Your microphone.
What does it got to do with
you? We can't hear you.
What does it got to do with?
We can't hear you.
The fact that I ain't reading, what they got to do with it?
No, it has everything to do with it because I want to see your competency.
What did I miss?
See, you can't.
What did I miss? Hold up. What did I miss that I need to go
read Umar Johnson's book?
Like they the ones need to read it.
Have you read Umar Johnson's book? He's the prince.
I ain't reading the Prince of Pan-African.
He need to go read.
You got to understand the prince now.
That man can't even read the mail in the child support letters. I ain't reading his damn book. Fuck Umar Johnson. He's a
Hey, you know what's the funniest part of all this? Everything we up here arguing about, we already got. We already have all of this stuff, man.
I know, yeah.
Like that's the craziest part. Like when you have this idea of something in your head, the idea becomes so grand and it's so romanced out to so many different levels that you can't even put it into words. But then when you look at your reality, the things that we complain about, we already have. I don't. You can go right now, brother Reggie. You can fly to Ghana and you can link up with somebody and they'll do business with you.
Yeah, you can buy land, you can buy houses. Hey, listen. I've been looking into this hotel that he was talking about selling the entire time since he said it. Now I don't know how other people do it because Ghana got a great tourist rating. Moody's and the S&P says that they restructuring their debt, so they're moving up. So now when Ghana was doing the year to return, it wasn't fiscally responsible to invest in Ghana or buy land. I actually went like a fool, almost lost my life 3 times. But then, yeah,
Wow, yo, we want to hear about that.
The
I'll
Africans
do a
trying to
whole
take you
show.
out.
No, I'll do a whole show on it. I'll
Say it
do
ain't
an
so.
entire show on that. But now, Moody's,
Hold on, Brad. They
S&P,
tried to what?
they tried to listen.
They thought you was an American. They ain't know you was. They ain't know you was a Ghanaian, yo.
They
You
didn't
didn't
know
tell
I
them you
had
was Pan-African?
They didn't know I had security. That's what they didn't know. They didn't know that my security had guns, and that you could attempt to rob this African from Ohio, but you gonna die in your homeland, and I'm gonna go home. But no. But what I'm saying though, I'm speaking real financial terms.
Crazy.
Moody's, S&P, they got a much better rating. The debt issue they had then, they're restructuring their debt now. They got a much better grade. I think it's CAA2 right now. So it would be good to invest in the continent. I'm just saying I would be doing that purely as an investment. I wouldn't be doing it in the mind of, how can we, support? It's a good investment. So if it benefits everybody, that's great. But I'm not going to do it in the vein of saying, well, I'm a Pan-Africanist because I bought this kind of situation.
I don't disagree
hey,
with
Brad, niggas don't got no money to invest, so they just talk that shit and say read all the books, bro.
Right.
See, when it asks Allen, you investing in Africa,
do it.
You're actually going to help Africa. Right. See the difference there, yo? Right. And make some money while you do it.
Right.
See?
To me, that's
the white boy. You doing the white boy thing. You trying to take advantage of Africa. See what I'm saying?
For 5 years.
Why Africa not even thinking the way we thinking. They're growing like you're saying. They're actually doing. What you just read, right? Did you just say they restructuring their debt?
They're restructuring their debt. They had a terrible debt situation at the time. But right now, Moody's, if y'all look it up, that Moody's is a financial, so they rate countries, businesses.
Right.
The S&P, the Hang Seng even, they actually look at the tourism of these countries and how they handle their debt. Ghana now is in a position where they're not just sitting on their debt. They're not a debt poor situation. They're restructuring their debt and paying it off.
So they're doing what? They're coming into the modern world. Can we agree? They're growing to the modern world while people with lofty, wild dreams is running away from the daggone modern world. Do you get that? Africa ain't even doing what African Americans think they're doing. Yeah. They're actually doing. You could actually say they're doing the white man thing. They following. Which is crazy to me. If they're moving in 2 different directions, bro. Do you hear me, bro?
But no, see, here's the thing that I did say.
2 different directions.
Here's the thing that I did say. When you
did say that over. You said something like that, but I just want to know.
I did say that.
The 1960 talk is out the door because Africa ain't even listening.
Let me know when I could talk.
Man, I wasn't born then.
You've been promoting for us to have the Cultural Revolution. It kind of sounds like it's them that need the Cultural Revolution. If we the ones doing it right and they doing it wrong, that's over there, right? Like that even wouldn't even be us.
Don't invest in that stock market, yo.
I gotta be like Bruce Lee and this bitch. But just let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead, brother.
There you go. Go ahead, talk.
No, you gotta be like Bruce Lee, yo. I got some.
Yeah, I don't have Pan-African James to help me. But you're doing listen, you're not doing a bad job. But I think that you're not understanding what I'm saying. I spent 5 years, right, running a tour company to West Africa. It failed, right?
Why
for a number of reasons.
Why it failed?
Why?
Tell it.
Because they gave us different flight prices than they gave the indigenous flight prices. They created Ghana Airways. First it was KLM, and then it was Ghana Airways, right?
And y'all paid more?
Oh, we paid more.
And that's how they restructured
when we got there on the land, right? Then year after year, our prices increased for the buses, for the hotels, right? They treated us totally different.
They treated you like tourists.
That's correct. So, so I don't have a problem with any of what you have said, except for Dr. John.
Restructured their debt off of African Americans. So they got the extra surplus.
If you got my point, Dr. John Henry Clark talked about the problems and said we need a cultural revolution. Cultural revolution means that we have to find reasons for unity.
But Reggie, you were a tourist though, Reggie. I don't understand, like the logic behind it doesn't make sense to me, right? So like think as a business, right? If they were offering you guys tour services or flights or whatever, and let's say you come to that country, and that money that's being generated, you're making that money because you're bringing people to that tour, and that money is coming back to the Americas, to an African American population. So if they want to get a portion of that proceeds, it would behoove them to raise their prices because they see how much money you making.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying, right?
Okay, my bad.
So watch this. I said I ran a tour company under Dr. Jeffries and Professor Small, and I ran a tour company for them for 5 years.
And he robbed y'all. Y'all still messing with it.
It failed, right? So I'm and I know why.
Why did it fail though?
I know. I just. I said they raised the prices.
They robbed you. Say what they did, man. That way you can learn. You got robbed, yo.
So they raised the prices, and so what? So that goes back to Dr. John Clark's thinking of a reconsideration and a cultural revolution. So they need to fix themselves. So I do not disagree with that. I talked about the OU, the AU. I talked about the Organization Afro Unity, right? But one thing I do know is that many of the things that I have in what we have in our homes, right? A lot of the raw materials come from Africa, right? They come from Africa. So everybody else has got a slice of the pie of Africa, right? In Africa's little states, they were created by the Berlin Conference, basically, right?
Do you feel, Reggie? Do you feel as if an African American company was to reach out and make a business alliance with them for like the lumber or the raw materials, that they would also do business with you?
Right. So in my work, in my thinking, that's why I created the Black City Plan. It's a better. Private companies are not good, right? But cities, United States cities, right, where Black communities control those cities, we would have a better deal with dealing with Africa, right? As business, they're in a situation where they are largely puppets of the West and France, right? Of the West, that includes United States and France and the rest of Europe. They're puppets, and they like being puppets, except for a few leaders. And then when a few leaders get out of line, America, the West assassinates them or forces an election to get them out. So I do know the problems, but I admit it. Here, this is why we don't have to argue. Dr. John Henry Clark, one of the last Pan-Africanists, said that we need to reconsider it. So it's not done. Now, those people running around here talking about Pan-Africanism and stuff like that, if I don't see a paper or something that they wrote, I don't want to hear their little chit-chat or calling themselves prince of something, right? I don't want it pop up. I don't want to hear that. I want to see what they wrote, what their real work is in Africa. And many of those people, they're not honest. They're doing it for their own personal selves. And so I admit that. So me and you are really not arguing.
Oh no,
I think that they want to argue with somebody else. You don't want to argue with me.
I'm trying to get understanding because
we're not arguing at all. I wouldn't call it that.
So I believe that it's religious. So I believe that it's religious. Religious says that no matter what the facts are on the ground, you choose to believe. And I don't go that way, and I get chastised even by my elders, right? I don't get along with them like you think I get along with them, right? I mean, Uncle could tell you, right? I have whole periods where we have disagreements. We have total disagreement. Some of those things I won't make public because those things be used against us, right? About our relationship as we're trying to understand each other. But I told my elder, I knew you since you was 39 years old, right? And there's a difference between sometimes what you say to me and what you say to these other people who are doing these, have these things like the hate for Africa, hate for the Caribbeans, hate for everybody except for America. And that's something that y'all didn't allow me to have, right? But they will say that they are trying to soft touch them. And I'm saying, well, you didn't soft touch me. You didn't soft touch me. So you got me into your thinking. You got me into your thinking. And now I'm just saying, as 60 years old, I'm with you. I'm with you. I love them. They're my family. But at the same time, it's like even with your father, your grandfather, you may not agree on certain things. So I don't agree with over romancing Africa. I don't. I am a Black American. I am a Black American. I'm a Black nationalist, right? That's who I am. So we are not having argument. We're just having discussion. The problem is Professor Small, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, right? Dr. Clark is. These are some of the last Pan-Africanists. Everyone else is just talking.
Yeah. Let me say this, Reggie.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, that soft touch was wild. Hey, Logic. Hey, Logic. I'm about to go, my brother.
Yeah.
Hey, I appreciate you. It don't got to end. It's just I gotta go. I don't like to just leave the channel. Shouts to you, my brother. Shouts to Hey, we would not have had this show without you, my brother. And no matter whatever it goes, you have been a resource to us. You have been a benefit to us. And I'm gonna give you your flowers while you're still here. I appreciate you for helping us have that conversation with Professor Smalls. Kyle, you know you're my guy. Jose Francis, clean your camera. And everybody, y'all have a good evening. I got to get out of here. Love y'all.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate y'all. I'm out of here too. Hey, Reggie, you checked your phone?
No, I did not.
Check your phone. Check your phone, Reggie.
Okay, I'm gonna check my phone.
I would say, I mean, I'm in all seriousness, right? Like the way I see what you just said, like not holding the people who raised those prices responsible, that's far worse than romanticizing, right? Like the fact that's almost like saying that you are you never expect Africa to be mature enough to be responsible for their own actions, right? Like at that point we're almost, when does it stop? Does it stop at atrocities? Right? Are we now taking we're gonna take atrocities and maybe move the benchmark and say it wasn't necessarily atrocity, it was just necessary? Like or like how do you reconcile that? Or when are we actually starting to tell the real story? Right? When we're actually starting to talk about the real adversities of trying to unite with Africa, right? It might be true that it's difficult to get elites in Africa to see African Americans as a part of them. Like that just might be what it is. And if we're like acting as if that's not what it is, well, that's got to be beyond romanticizing, right? Like we're talking about modern day relationships that we hope exist in one way and they really exist in another way.
What we need to do is we just need to think these things out and not well, don't criticize me. I'm not against you, right? I'm not a romanticizer, right? I spent many years believing in them, right? But listen, probably on YouTube, this is my third interview that you've seen me, third or fourth interview that you've seen me in all of YouTube with my elder Professor Small.
I keep repeatedly telling you.
I'm out of here. I gotta get up early.
I'm about to get up.
I just read it. Thank you.
But look, I keep telling you, I'm not your enemy. I don't know why you keep doing me like that. But Kyle, you want to say something else before we get out of here, man?
You said to keep doing this.
Yeah, I mean,
all right, Kyle.
All right, bro. But I didn't check the whole show out earlier without the Smalls or whatever. But there's a few things that I think that the conversation of of uniting with Africa is kind of overlooking. One of those things that I personally can see is that when we look at the ideals of Pan Africanism or uniting as one, it's always an antiquated idea of how we can unite. And now in 2025, a lot of the things that we would be uniting over, we don't necessarily have the ability to via capitalism, stuff like that, right? So, in particular, one of the biggest things is manufacturing. And so, being that right now we're in the fourth age of industrial revolution, a lot of black people in America, we're coming up with ideas for businesses that are revolving around technology or manufacturing or somehow like producing products, for capitalism, right? And there's not necessarily a lot of manufacturing facilities here in the U.S. Well, I don't think it's any that's black owned and manufactured wholesale. But then also in Africa, you don't necessarily have any, like for instance, like microprocessor chipsets. Like I haven't seen those things, and a lot of black businesses are more generally going toward that STEM related fields. And if we had that ability, I think that would be a viable option, and it will open up those connections and doors. I mean, right now we're limited as far as what we can connect with based on the people that are having businesses in America. So it may seem as though we're going to China or going to Mexico for products, but at that point, it's the only choice that we have. So, like, how do we address Pan Africanism in the face of capitalism, and being that a lot of continents and a lot of countries in Africa are not necessarily in that fourth stage of industrial revolution to even get the business that we can offer them?
Well, that's what Brother Kyle, right?
No, I'm sorry, Brother Reggie. I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you short, but I do have to go. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, can I respond to him? I mean, 2 minutes?
If you wouldn't mind making it quick, yeah, please.
Yeah. So, Kyle, I think I agree with you. That's why I said that black cities that have governments can communicate with Africa should for raw resources for their cities, not individual businessmen. Individual businessmen will always get ripped off in any part of Africa. But once you have a city which is part of the United States government interacting, then you have a better deal. So if you're a entrepreneur, they're gonna get you. Thank you.
Appreciate y'all coming out, man. I definitely appreciate you, Brother Reggie. We got to have some conversations that's less contentious, man. Because I'm like I said, I'm definitely not your enemy. I'm really looking for understanding. I hope my questions aren't I guess that inflammatory, but I certainly don't intend for them to be. But good night, y'all. I appreciate y'all coming by. We will definitely have some more conversations like this around these topics. Come back, man.